morning, SuccessFest. Listen, good morning, everyone, and welcome back to SuccessFest 23 for day number 2222. It's Dr. Wall, the Tower of Power. I'm here again, and I'm here again as your host, and I'm excited to have you all here with me again for another day of learning and growth. Today is going to be amazing because we will be continuing the journey towards success by exploring topics such as leveraging social media for businesses, success, mastering the art of public speaking, and understanding financial literacy, and more. You have all come here for different reasons, but at the core, you are unified in your determination to become more successful in life. So today is about taking that next step towards achieving those goals. Let's do this together. Are you ready? Let's get started. Fire. Boom, 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 boom. Yes, I thought it was a fascinating kind of day. So fire.
Hello and welcome.
Hello, how are you?
I am good. Share with us your name and the name of your business.
My name is Beverly Sanders, known everywhere as Rev Bev. I am the founder and CEO of Thrive Community Service and Breaking the Silence LLC.
Great. So question, what has been your biggest obstacle that you've overcome?
I think my biggest obstacle that I'm overcoming is being a finisher. Like that return on finish is something that, we've been hearing constantly as we have prepared for this great event. So I think that is what's been in my forefront, being a finisher, and then having the accountability, having the support Black CEO and the SuccessFest, and, constantly seeing people who are where I am, saying who are saying the same thing, that, a return on finish, and doing those things. So I think that's one of the things that's been motivating me to do that, and realizing that I know I have big dreams, and so I have to start somewhere, so I don't even know how I got connected with Trevor or SuccessFest. I just kept seeing them, and I'm just like, is this a scam or what? I kept getting text messages and emails, about, come on, we need speakers. And so I was just like, you know what, let me go ahead and do this. The Lord is like, you pictured yourself on a stage talking to people, inspiring people, saying you have to start somewhere, saying that opportunities have to come from somewhere. So I think the obstacle of just walking in my truth is it. Yeah.
Okay, that's good, because the next question is, so why do you choose to help others become successful as you are?
I choose that because one, is my calling. It's my purpose. My calling and my purpose is to inspire people and help people see beyond where they are, help people see beyond their obstacles, help people see beyond the circumstances, and see hope in themselves. So many people are lost. And even in the body of Christ, saying, because, I am an ordained reverend. So, and I've been doing youth ministry with youth and young adults for over 30 years. And, just helping people see beyond where they are. So there's so many people out there who want so much out of their lives, but they're often stuck where they are. And they cannot visualize themselves or see themselves beyond where they are. So just kind of, my mission, my purpose is just to empower people. So I'm always the person that people are just like, you know what? If I want to stay where I am, I'm not going to call her right now. I will call Rev Bev when I'm ready to get inspired and motivated to move to the next step. But if I want to sit right where I'm at right now, I can't handle her cheerfulness or her empowerment all the time. So I'm a person that empowers and inspires people.
Well, good, because that answered the next question was, what was your biggest hope for those who you're called to serve? And so
my biggest hope is for them to definitely see beyond where they are and know that they are worthy and that they matter. Saying that God made us all fearfully and wonderfully. And that when you were formed in your mother's womb, you were predestined to live a life of purpose and to be a person of purpose. And sometimes people are not around people who can instill that in them or people who can pull that out of them. So I see strength when other people see weakness. And so my hope is that people will learn to walk in their purpose and really see and understand who God created them to be and to walk in that.
I love it. Mm-hmm. The last question is, how do you plan on making this world a better place?
By inspiring and empowering as many people as I can. I think my main focus is not just in particularly women, but young people and young adults, in particularly young adults, because our young people are getting into adulthood, and people, once they turn 18, people stop remembering that they still need guidance, that they still need help, and they become 18 or 19, they go off to college, or they're not doing anything, and then now they have to learn to be an adult by being an adult without getting the help from adults. So it's being able to lift up this generation that we have now, because this generation is going to be the people who are going to be in place when we're senior citizens. So they need to be empowered to walk in their destiny, so helping young adults and young people, find their purpose and help them realize that you don't have to wait till you're 40 or until you're 45 or until you're 30, that you can do it now because God knew who you were when he created you. So that is my drive right now, in particularly young Black, young adult women, helping them find their purpose.
I love it. Thank you for all that you do.
Thank you for all that you do.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, that concludes the interview. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I am so glad to be here with you today. My name is Beverly Sanders, and I am the CEO and founder of Thrive Community Service. Today, I want to talk to you a little bit about breakthrough. My talk is about breakthrough. Breakthrough, the secret sauce is you. Who are you? Who am I? Why are you here? Why am I here? They asked me to write down my name and who I am. So I think very seriously and consider writing down the truth. Inside of me, there is what? What is going on in the inside of you? What lights your fire? What is keeping you from discovering your passion and your purpose? What is keeping you from putting yourself first? What is robbing you of your identity? Are you tired of living for everyone else except yourself? Are you tired of living up to everyone's expectations of you? Your answer to these questions will determine the direction of your life. If your purpose is wrong, your direction may be wrong. If your purpose is a little fuzzy, then maybe your direction may be a little bit fuzzy. If your purpose is misguided, then maybe your direction is a little bit misguided. If you're like most people, you are busy doing instead of being. You're living for everyone else except yourself. Your worth and your purpose are determined by other people's perception of you instead of what's in your own heart. You are allowing your worth and your purpose to be determined by your relationship status, whether you're single or married, divorced or widowed, your bank account, You are allowing your purpose to be determined by what? You fill in the blank. It is time for a breakthrough. It is time to look at the person in the mirror. It's time for you to find your passion. It's time for you to find your purpose, and time for you to prioritize you. It is time to live an inspired life, because the secret sauce is you. So I want you to take out your phones. I know you have them near you. And if you can, grab a mirror. It's time to look at the person in the mirror. So if you're using your phone, open up your camera to selfie mode. With your camera or your mirror, I want you to sit up straight, and I want you to look at yourself in the mirror, or to look at yourself in your camera. What do you see? And I'm not talking about surface stuff. Like I see a mom or a dad, or, I look good, or I'm pretty handsome, or I see a husband or a wife. What do you see under the mask that you wear every day? Under your titles, underneath the surface of the very core of who you are? What do you see under the makeup? Or that very clean-cut, trim beard and mustache? Let's filter through the layers until you see yourself, until you see you. What do you really see? So take a moment and look in the mirror or in your phone and tell yourself what you see. I know this can be hard for some of you to see yourself or to look at yourself, and it's okay. No matter what you saw or what you don't see, know this: you are worthy, you are strong, you are capable, and you are loved. No matter what the world says or thinks about you, your purpose is valuable, and no matter what, you matter. And no one can take that from you. When I first looked at the man in the mirror, or when I first looked at myself in the mirror, it was hard for me too. I honestly did not know what I saw when I looked in the mirror. Sometimes I saw Beverly, but most times I saw the person I was trying to be for everyone else, always comparing myself to other people. So as you take a moment and you look in that mirror, look for the real you. And be as authentic and as transparent as you can be. So when this talk is over, I want you to take some time to reflect on who you are and use it as fuel to help move you forward. Find something to be passionate about. Find the purpose that drives you every day. Don't let anyone else determine your worth or your purpose but yourself. Did you know that your assignment in life is not to impress people? Your assignment is to impact people. There are too many people walking around with talents, gifts, and skills, and they never use it because they're afraid of what other people may think about them. They allow other people's opinions to shape their reality instead of shaping their own. It's time for a breakthrough. It is time for you to find your passion. It is time for you to find your purpose. It is time for you to prioritize your life and yourself. It is time to live an inspired life. Your work is going to fill a large part of your life. The only way to be truly satisfied is to do what you believe is a good work. And the only way to do a great work is to love what you do. If you haven't found it yet, keep looking, but don't settle. 10 years ago, I thought I was walking in my purpose. I was Rev Bev, and ministry was my focus. It was my life. I was operating out of my God-given gifts and talents. I was on fire for him. But something happened. I lost my job. I hit a wall, and it stopped me dead in my tracks and left me wondering what was next. I knew that I needed a breakthrough. Truth be told, my life needed a breakthrough. I had lost my job that I had worked at for 10 years. I was taking care of my mom and living on unemployment and food stamps, and I could barely pay my bills. But I was the busiest unemployed person you had ever seen. I was busy being a Martha instead of being a Mary. And I was not doing my part of taking care of myself. I was Rev Bev. I was the caregiver. I was the preacher. I was the mentor. I was the counselor to all of your children and the teens and young adults. I was a yes woman because my life was literally ministry 24/7 all over DC. If people said Mount Lebanon, they would say, wow, you must know Rev Bev. Everyone was talking about the work I was doing. And I was doing a great work, but at what cost? I was always tired. I was overwhelmed. And sometimes I literally felt like I could not breathe. And the tension of walking in my purpose had truly come to a head 10 years ago. I rarely said no, and I was doing very little at that point to take care of myself. I was almost at burnout because I was trying to live a life for everyone else. And I was sacrificing my mind, my body, and my spirit, rarely having opportunities to replenish. And I was running on empty. For years, I had struggled with several things, allowing everything and everyone else to be more important than me, never putting myself first and always comparing myself to other people. I was living through a cloud of brokenness and not knowing what breakthrough was. I learned that the only way to true breakthrough, the only tool I needed is purpose. Purpose gives you a reason to live and an anchor for your life. Purpose allows you to create meaning and discover direction when faced with difficult situations. Purpose fills us with inspiration and it fills us with hope. Purpose is powerful thing. It will set you free. Purpose deliberates. It liberates us and it allows us to break through the barriers with confidence. Purpose gives us clarity. It helps you make every decision better. It helps you to design and align your vision for your future. Purpose is your passion. It's your story and how God uses your unique gifts and talents to bring him glory. Purpose is your why, and it will help you define your how and your where. Purpose is the discovery that makes life worth living. And it is what lights your fire. It's time to live a purposeful life. Don't settle for anything less than what you deserve out of this life. An inspired life is a life of purpose and passion. It is a life where you are the priority. So prioritize your life, your purpose, your passion, and your time, and most importantly, you. You know why? Because the secret sauce is you. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Beverly Sanders, and I am the CEO and founder of Thrive Community Service and Breaking the Silence LLC. And I am so glad to be with you today to talk a little bit about breakthrough. The secret sauce is you. 3 steps to living an inspired life. We're going to talk a little bit today about finding your passion and your purpose, and learn how to prioritize you so that you can live an inspired life. I've always known what I wanted to do. I always knew that I wanted to help people, even when I thought I wanted to be a nurse and didn't like going to the doctor. But I've always known my purpose. And even though I knew my purpose, and I knew what made my heart smile and what gave me joy, the one thing I forgot about was me. I was doing a great work. I am doing a great work. And I was doing things well, but I was living for other people and not living for myself. I was making everyone else a priority and not making me a priority and not putting myself first. So today we're going to talk a little bit about your passion. We're going to talk a little bit about purpose, and we're going to talk about helping you find your passion and purpose, and helping you prioritize your life and yourself, and to learn the importance of putting you first. So before we get started, there's a poem that I used to use called I Am. And I used to use this poem when I wanted to help people, young people, adults, men, women, didn't matter. When I wanted to help them discover what they wanted out of life. When I wanted to help them discover who they were. And it's called I Am. And as I recite some general pieces from many different I Ams that I've heard through the years, including my own, I want you to think about and see if any of the things that I may say relate to you. They asked me to write down my name. And I think and very seriously consider writing down the truth and have my answer read. Inside of me, there is fear, trauma, anger, worry, rage, doubt, uncertainty, a lack of faith, distrust, love, God. Can you relate to any of the things that I just said? What is right now where you are on the inside of you? And so let's go a little further. The next part of the poem reads, I am so much more than what? What are you much more than? I know that I am so much more than Rev Bev. I am so much more than a Black full-figured woman. I am so much more than a preacher, a life coach, a CEO, a case manager, or sister, or cousin, or godmother. I am so much more than all of those things. What about you? What are you so much more than? What do people see when they look at you? What do you allow people to label you as? I know that I am Beverly Renee Sanders. I know that I am worthy, capable, strong, fearless. I know that I am fearfully and I am wonderfully made. I know that I am confident. I know that I am loved. I know that I am unique, strong, and bold. So today we're going to just talk a little bit about purpose, a little bit about passion, and a little bit about priorities, and how those three things can help you live an inspired life. So I have a few slides that I want to share with you guys today. I'm going to bring my slides up so that we can talk a little bit about purpose and talk a little bit about what it is and what it means to have that breakthrough. So let me just go back a little bit. It's okay. Breakthrough. The secret sauce is you. 3 steps to an inspired life. Do you know what lights your fire? Do you ever feel like life is passing you by without getting to do the things that really matter? Are you ready for a breakthrough and an inspired life? We all want to live lives with passion and purpose and priority. To be able to align our purpose with our passion and to make ourselves a priority so that we can live a life of purpose and meaning. It is often easier said than done, but having the right mindset and understanding your purpose can be the key to unlocking breakthroughs in your life. Do you ever wonder what makes you amazing? And what makes life amazing? Maybe we're not looking for magic, but for the power to break through and to find our purpose. You are an amazing person with a lot of potential. It is time to take charge and to figure out your passion, your purpose, and your priorities. This will help you live an inspired life. You are the key to living an extraordinary life. So, there are 3 steps that we're going to talk about today that can help you start your journey to this self-discovery. First, we're going to talk about purpose. Find your purpose. Purpose is like an explorer, always searching for ways to align your passion and your purpose in order to make positive impacts on the world. Purpose is to be brave and willing to take risk and be adventurous. Purpose doesn't give up until it finds its true calling. Do you know how special you are? Your purpose is unique and special to you. Take the time to really understand your purpose in life. Ask yourself questions like, what makes you come alive? What do you value most in life? What kind of legacy do you want to leave behind? Knowing your purpose will help you prioritize what really matters and give you the courage to go after your dreams. Some people are born knowing what they want out of life. They find their passion or their talents early, and they just do it. They go for it. If you're struggling to work out what really is important to you, if you're struggling to really understand and really want to know what you want to do with your life, don't give up and don't ever quit. So we got some simple questions. I got some simple questions that I'm going to ask you in a few minutes. You can work through them and they will help you discover your life purpose. While it's important to give each question proper consideration, try not to over-agonize your responses. Allow your inner child and your intuition to guide your answers. And don't forget, think big. Make this your starting point. Use these questions to take a deep dive to help you find out more about yourself so that you can set yourself on that true path. All right? Question number 1. If money was no object, what would you do with it? I know I would buy me a car. I actually would buy me a truck. Okay. I would build a community center in my community for families to come and be families again. Well, we will have family nights, game nights, all sorts of activities for families to do. A place in the community that will serve the community. I would go to the Caribbean, so a couple of places, for at least a week, probably each one of them, because I need a vacation. I would do some of those things. But if you had a never-ending magic source of money, how would you choose to spend it? And be honest. The answers will help you. And they're not meant to impress anyone. Like I said, I would go on a vacation. I would build a community center. I would buy me a truck. I would probably buy a van too, so I could have room to like transport all kinds of things and items to people who are in need and help them. I will make a reboot room. Yep. Where people can come and just be still for a moment and just breathe. What would you do? Question number 2. If you could do anything for the whole day, how would you spend it? I know last Saturday, I spent my entire day distributing toys for Tots. And I loved every minute of it. Even though I said I was only going to do it for an hour or 2, but I ended up doing it for 6. And I wasn't even tired after I finished it. I ended up writing a sermon after that and preached the next day. And I still wasn't tired. That's because I loved doing what I did. I loved distributing the toys. I loved when I came home and was inspired and wrote that sermon and then delivering it. I loved doing those things. So think about your perfect day. And then it's okay if you want your perfect day is lying in the sun. Even if your perfect day is binge watching Netflix, because maybe you need some rest. That's a part of prioritizing you, right? Try and describe your ideal day and be as detailed as you possibly can. Step number 2, passion. What lights your fire and what makes your heart smile? Passion is like a fire, burning brightly and lighting your way to discovering what truly makes you come alive. Passion fuels your dreams and it leads you on a journey of exploration. Passion always pushes you one step further than what you're comfortable. Do you know what truly excites you? Are there activities that make you feel alive? Are there activities that you do that time just flies by and you don't even recognize it? You don't even realize it. What are some of your favorite things to do in life? Your passion is what makes you feel alive. It makes you feel good on the inside. It is what excites you. It is what drives you. What is that one thing that interests you? And when you do it, you lose track of time. And I'm not talking about strolling through social media. Do you know when you are doing what you are passionate about, you will lose track of time? It's because you are in the flow. And it seems like time just stands still. You're in the zone. I'm in the zone. You're in your element. And everything flows naturally. Try spending some time discovering and exploring what brings you joy. When you do this, this will help you recognize the things that light your fire and make you feel alive. So quickly, I have 5 little steps of passion that help you find your passion. If you want to live a life of passion, if you want to live your best life, then you need to find your passion and you need to follow it. Sound easy, doesn't it? It isn't that hard. And it's surprising that many people don't do it. They seem happy just existing rather than living a life of happiness and success. To change your life for the better and to create a future, let's look at these little quick 5 steps to finding your passion. First, always dream big. Dream big. Everyone has big dreams. I know you do. What have you done with yours? Do you think about them? Have you acted on them? Or are you just hiding them away? If you want your passion and your purpose, then it's time to dream big. So think about, make a list of the things that you've always wanted to do. Those big dreams that you've had since you were a child to today. Those dreams that you had when you were in your 30s or in your 40s or your 50s, even your 60s, or even your 70s. What are those dreams that you've had since childhood? Write them down. And no matter how wild they are or how funny they are, write every last one of them down. Which of those dreams resonate most with you? Which of those dreams make your heart sing? What one of them, or how many of them inspires you the most? Make sure that they are realistic and make sure they are achievable. Your big dream does not have to be huge and outrageous. It just needs to be big enough to push you out of your comfort zone. Needs to be big enough so that you will be willing to commit to making changes in your life so that you can achieve it. It needs to spark a desire in you and your passion. Step 2, set goals. Once you've decided what your idea or your big dream is, then you need to set some goals. Setting goals are essential and they are important. Your end goal is what you want to achieve. It is your dream. There will be other smaller goals, of course, that you will set along the way, and you will achieve them. Make sure you keep note of that. Make sure you write down your big and your little dreams, your big goals and your little goals. Step 3, plan your way. Now that you know what you need to achieve, it's time to plan what you need to do to get there. Think about that, what action you need to take, what resources you will need, and anything or anyone that will help you provide the help and support. Sometimes we forget about the resources that we already have around us. And sometimes we forget about the people that can help us, give us the support we need. It is okay to ask for help. Make a plan. Write it down. Number 4, take action. You know what you want, how you can achieve it, and the steps to take. But remember, it's time to take action. Remember, you are looking for a passionate life, one that fills you with excitement, with joy, and success. So don't rush. Discover it. 5, live your best life. Once you've started taking action on your goals and plans, you will find that your life starts to improve. It will start to really improve. And instead of dreading each day like some of us do, like some of you do, I don't. You'll look forward to it with excitement and anticipation. Your best life is the one that gives you happiness, success, and achievement through living your passion and your purpose. If you want to find and live your passion, then you can follow those 5 steps that we just talked about. You can do it on your own, or you can give yourself a helpful boost by using a coach, maybe a mentor, someone that will help you get there. Our 3rd step, prioritize your life and put yourself first. So you got passion, purpose, and everyday life. Whoo, balance is what we got to learn. Priority is like a navigator, finding balance between passion, purpose, and everyday life. Priority helps you stay focused while making sure that all of the areas of your life are given their due attention. Priority keeps you and keeps us grounded on our goals so that when we reach them, we will reach them with clarity and focus. When you put yourself first, it does not mean that you are being selfish. Putting yourself first is essential and it is necessary. It means that you are making your well-being and your development a priority. You will make better decisions for yourself when you take care of your needs. When you prioritize yourself, it allows having the energy and capacity needed to be present with others without feeling overwhelmed or resentful. I was reminded this morning that you love your neighbor as you love yourself. And in order for you to be everything that you want to be for everybody else, you have to first be those things for yourself. So that means it says love your neighbor as you love yourself, that you have to love you first. You have to put you first. When you prioritize yourself, it allows you to have that energy and the capacity needed to be present with everyone else. You will be able to make more meaningful connections with others, and you'll be able to embrace your life more fully. Ultimately, you will prioritize yourself. It will help you become more aware of what matters more to your life, and it will help you create a life that is purposeful, passionate, and abundant. You matter, and so does your life. Take the time to make it a priority, and you will find that the secret sauce is you. Once you have made yourself a priority and have identified what matters to you, it is time to live life accordingly. You have to put yourself first. Why is it so hard for us to do that? It is hard for us to do that because we were taught that everyone needs is more important than us. We were taught that it's selfish to think about yourself, but we can't do those things. The secret sauce is you. You are an extraordinary person. So schedule some time for yourself. Create a plan each day or week that helps put your passion and your purpose at the forefront. Take some time to make sure that you're healthy. Spend time with your loved ones. Focus on meaningful activities that will help you reach your goals and your dreams. Putting your passions first is the key to living a fulfilling life. The secret sauce is you. You are an extraordinary, amazing, and wonderful person. And you deserve the best. 3 ways of living an inspired life. Live with purpose. Don't forget to celebrate yourself. Take time to acknowledge your success and relish in them. You're worth it. Your journey to self-discovery awaits you. Go for it. One of the most effective ways to discover your purpose and your passion is to give yourself time and space and permission to explore and discover all of the things that we talked about today. Change is hard and it is difficult, but it's worth it. Give yourself the time and the space and the permission to discover your passion, your purpose, and
Prioritize by making you a priority first. Listen to your inner voice. Trust your instincts and be brave enough to take the actions that you need to take. Take time away from your everyday life and take time to reflect and to think about the type of life that you want to live. Those 3 steps that you just saw to living an inspired life, living with purpose, take time to discover your purpose and make it a priority in your life. I live with purpose. Make yourself a priority. I make myself a priority, and so can you. Taking care of yourself mentally and physically and spiritually is essential to living an inspired life. Believe in yourself. I believe in myself. Do you believe in you? Have faith in yourself and in your capabilities. You are capable of achieving anything that you set your mind to. The secret sauce is you. Don't let anyone tell you that you can't do something or that you aren't worth it. Believe in yourself and enjoy the abundance of life by taking action on your purpose, your passion, and your priorities. You matter. Your life matters, and your life has meaning. Discovering your purpose allows you to live an inspired life and to be your own hero and your own cheerleader. Start the journey by unlocking breakthroughs today. It is never too late to start living an inspired life. It is never too late to live a life full of purpose, passion, and priorities. You got this. Because at the end of the day, it is important that you remember that you are the secret to living an inspired life. Life is too short not to live your life with purpose and not to do what brings you joy. Make yourself a priority. Discover your passions and find out how you can use it to bring about meaningful change in this world. You have something special on the inside of you. Use it. Be your own hero. Remember? Be your own cheerleader and navigator. There is no limit to what you can achieve when you make you a priority. You have the power to be and to do whatever you want. So don't let anyone or anything stop you from achieving your dreams. You matter. And that is the secret sauce. Know that and go out there and show the world what's on the inside of you. You could do it. Believe in yourself and stay focused on what makes the most of your life and make the most of your life. The secret sauce is you. Now go out there and show the world that you've got it. You are fearfully and you are wonderfully made. And you have something great and wonderful on the inside of you. Find it, use it, and live an inspired life. I hope you enjoyed talking about breakthrough today. I hope you got one. And I hope you realize that the secret sauce is you. I hope that you will take the time to discover your passion, your purpose, and your priorities. Be on the lookout for some great things coming your way by me, Rev Bev, by Beverly. Finding and living life with purpose, self-worth challenge, life coaching. If you need someone to talk to, if you need some help, I'm here. The secret sauce is you. Do you need help finding your secret sauce? Do you need help finding who you are and what your passion is and what your purpose is? If you do, you can find me at revbevstanders.com. You can find me on Facebook at Thrive Community Service and at Beverly Sanders. It has been a delight and amazing time talking with you all today. I hope today you got your breakthrough. I hope today that you found out that the secret sauce is you. And I hope today you begin to discover your passion, your purpose, and your priorities so that you can live an inspired life. Thank you.
Greetings and welcome to SuccessFest. I am Dr. Evelyn, and today I have with me Harriet Harris, who's going to introduce herself, and she's going to tell us about her business, the name of the business, and what it is that you do.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Harriet M. Harris, and I am the Limitless Business Coach. I help ambitious women to overcome their limiting beliefs and really to remove the internal roadblocks that they have that's keeping them from living the lives that they want. So I help them to overcome those limiting beliefs, overcome those internal roadblocks so that they can create the life and business that they love and enjoy. I'm also an author. I recently released, I guess, my new book, Stop Stopping Your Success, which is all about helping you to understand what limiting beliefs are and really how our thoughts and beliefs affect our success, how they hold us back and keep us from living the lives and the lives and the dreams that we have. Mm-hmm. I am also the host of a new podcast that was recently released entitled You Are Not Your Trauma. Okay. And that has been really a blessing to me because as a person who really felt defined by my childhood trauma, it's something that I have started in hopes to help people who have experienced trauma to know that despite what they went through, they're not defined from those experiences and that they can still have a magnificent life despite the bad thing or things that may have happened to them.
Sure. I think that what you're doing is quite timely because many times, as entrepreneurs, we, as I say, shoot ourselves in the foot because we don't know what our limiting beliefs are until all of a sudden we're trying to figure it out. So that's a wonderful company to have. And so what made you decide to be an entrepreneur?
Well, honestly, entrepreneurship has been with me my entire life. My dad was an entrepreneur, And even when I started in the corporate world, I started right out of college working a corporate job. There's always some itch to do my own thing. So I tried many things that were kind of here and there, but it was really after many years of just really feeling like I didn't fit into corporate, that I was like, okay, God, I need you to just tell me what to do. Tell me what to do. Tell me what my purpose is. Because I know, but I need to figure it out. And so after a days, weeks, years, I guess we say, of just talking to God and trying to figure it all out, there was this day that I can remember. It was full of tears and me just saying, okay, God, I need you to tell me, just tell me and I'll do it. And he reminded me of this great idea that I had when I was fresh out of college, I think maybe a year out of college. Mm-hmm. And he reminded me how I wanted to pursue this great thing and I didn't know how. And the reminder was there, like, you aren't the only one. Like, you are not the only person who wants to do these great things, who has these great ideas. Because let me just say, my idea has been implemented and somebody made a lot of money behind it.
Wow.
Because my idea was to create a website where people could schedule their doctor's appointments. And this was in 2003. Okay. Nobody was thinking that, at least nobody that I knew, and so now, here we are nearly 2 decades later, and, that is well implemented within websites and apps. So, so that reminder that, I wasn't the only person that didn't know that. I had this desire to help people because I felt like, if I could help someone do something that I couldn't figure out at one point, but that I've learned through my own experiences how to do, then, it could be beneficial to someone else.
Absolutely. Because many times we fail simply because we don't know where to find the information.
Exactly. And then we stop trying.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
So, you can't look for that you don't even know exists.
Exactly.
And so the connection is important, to be able to connect to people and help them guide their process. Right. So how do you see SuccessFest helping you to move that word forward?
Wow. I mean, honestly, I could say one word, and that is community. I feel like I was missing community in my business and in my life, especially being in a world where we are now, where so much is virtual.
Yes.
When I relocated where I currently live, I started working from home because just the way my job was set up. So I've been working remotely since 2016, where a lot of people just kind of jumped into this, real heavy in 2020.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And so I've been working from home since 2016, and it really felt a little lonely. It felt like, even though it's a good situation for my family life, it can get a little lonely. So I feel like with SuccessFest, I have been able to really create a community of people, of like-minded people, that has not only been able to help my podcast, but be able to support them. And so it's just a really nice opportunity to meet new people, learn new things. I've learned about things that I didn't even know were things. Yes. I've met different types of coaches and different types of consultants. So, it's just a great opportunity for me, like I said, to create a community of people outside of, my work people, my friend people, my church people, but just like-minded entrepreneurs like me.
Well, we are glad to have you. We are very happy that you are participating in SuccessFest, and we look forward to your presentation, to hearing what you have to say, and making sure that other people know about you and know that if they don't know the answer, you can help them figure it out.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm saying. That's what SuccessFest is all about, making sure that there is ujima, a sharing of resources. Yes. So we thank you for your participation, and we look forward to seeing what you have to say. So have a great day, and thank you again.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have you ever felt powerless? There was a time in my life where I would often say, if something bad is going to happen, it'll happen to me. Why? Because my life felt like it was full of challenges. Starting as early as 10 years old when I experienced a very traumatic childhood trauma. Then I grew up and I got married, and well, that was its own roller coaster. I spent nearly 2 decades in a career where I felt overlooked and that my talents and abilities often went unrecognized. I felt powerless, as if things just kept happening in my life that were outside of my control. These challenges often made me feel unseen and unheard and undervalued, unappreciated, and really just not enough. Whenever something bad happened in my life, somehow, some way in my mind, it got linked back to the trauma I experienced as a child. I would go down these rabbit holes thinking how if that one bad thing had not happened to me, my life would be so different. After attending a women's wellness conference, I returned home fired up from everything that had been poured into me during that conference. I was ready to release all the negative things that I'd been holding on to. And then my reality hit me smack in the face. I realized I had been dragging around decades of hurt and pain, embarrassment, abandonment, and betrayal as a result of what happened to me when I was just 10. Not to mention all the limiting beliefs that had been created by the self-blame that I placed upon myself. I began thinking, girl, why have you been blaming yourself for all these years, over 3 decades, for what someone else did to you? Just the thought of it was irritating, to say the very least. I was also quite frustrated and annoyed because the reality was I'd spent a lot of years allowing my negative thoughts to sabotage me over and over and over again. I'd done the work to forgive the people that had hurt me and betrayed me years ago. But one thing I failed to do was to forgive me. And it was time. It was time to let it all go. I had to. And I finally did. I finally forgave myself. Charles Swindoll says, life is 10% what happens to me and 90% of how I react to it. So it was past time that I reacted differently and realized that each moment moving forward was all about a choice. And the choice was mine. The choice I made to forgive myself changed everything, because that is when my healing finally began. That is when I began to see myself as the gem that I was created to be. That choice prepared me for a quiet moment when the Holy Spirit whispered into my ear, "You are not your trauma." Those were words that I never knew I needed to hear, but I absolutely needed to hear them. Prior to beginning my healing journey, I seriously doubt that I would have been able to really receive that message, because for years I had been so stuck in allowing my traumatic experience to define me. So, despite the childhood trauma and the marriage drama, I survived. I survived to thrive. I am not powerless, and neither are you. It's been said that every ending leads to a new beginning. And I had to end blaming myself to begin to forgive myself. I had to end feeling that life was unfair so that I could start living with abundance and gratitude. I had to end feeling like a victim so that I could start being powerful and take responsibility for my own happiness. I had to end feeling like I could never be enough so that I could start being exactly who God created me to be. So I challenge you to consider this. What do you need to end in your life in order to create your new beginning? Now, I know my story is not entirely unique. I'm sure many of you have experienced something similar. But I want you to know that if you're carrying the weight of blame and shame or feeling powerless and stuck like I did for so many years, just know that you aren't alone. And know that it is possible to move from the pain of trauma and challenges that you encounter in life. You see, when the Holy Spirit whispered those words, "You are not your trauma," with me, those words remained in my spirit for weeks. And I wasn't sure just what I was being tasked with. I knew it was something that I was supposed to share, but I wasn't quite sure in what manner that I needed to share it. I now realize that not only was I supposed to tell each and every trauma survivor under the sound of my voice, "You are not your trauma," I was also supposed to provide you with tips on how to triumph after you've gone through a traumatic experience. So, what I'm going to do is give you 3 tips to triumph after experiencing a trauma. First of all, let's be clear. Your trauma is not who you are. You are more than the things that have happened to you. You are the person who has decided to fight back against whatever pain life has thrown at you. You are the person who is standing up and saying, "I am enough." You made it through your difficult time because of your perseverance and resilience. Now it's time to take those skills and use them to grow into the best version of yourself possible. Even if someone in your life ignored or invalidated what you went through, it's not too late. You can still heal. So, my first tip for triumphing after trauma is to heal. Trauma is a wound that needs to be treated. And the first step to healing is acknowledging that it happened. You can't heal if you don't know how bad the damage is. Healing may be one word, but it's a very complex process. Healing is a multidimensional journey that involves many different parts of you. It may look different for everyone, but the basic principles are the same. You have to acknowledge what happened and honor your experience. If your trauma is compounded with self-blame, you have to forgive yourself, because holding on to the blame can keep you ruminating in an endless cycle of negativity and pain. Then you need to give yourself permission to feel your feelings and experience them fully without judgment or without fear. You will also need to find support from friends, family, or professionals. It's important to have people in your life who can help you through this experience. And finally, in your journey of healing, acknowledge that you are indeed a survivor. Now, my next tip for triumphing after trauma is to grow, because trauma can impact our lives in ways that are so unexpected, sometimes in very surprising ways. It's really important to acknowledge these things and let them guide your growth as an individual so that you don't get stuck trying to live the same way forever. So, as hard as it may be to believe, there is purpose behind pain. And if you're like me, I felt the pain was punishment for mistakes that I'd made in life. But I now know that my pain guided me to my purpose. And it's the same for you. You have a purpose in this life, and your pain is guiding you there. I realized that my purpose was to help others who were struggling with the same issues I had been through. So here I am, helping people heal from trauma and pain in a way that's life-changing for us all. And my final tip for triumphing after trauma
is to flourish. Flourishing is not just surviving, it's thriving. It's having a rich, full life that has meaning and purpose. When you are flourishing, your life feels more like the thing you dreamed of when you were little, the idealized version of yourself that includes all of your hopes and dreams. I believe that part of thriving after trauma is accepting that you will never be the same again. Now, this doesn't mean that you are less of a person or that something bad has happened to you. It just means that life will never be the same as it was before. And this is a very important part of the process. You can't just survive trauma. You have to thrive after it too. This also means making sure that you are taking care of yourself and your mental health, as well as continuing to do things that make you happy. So after you've done all the work, on yourself to heal and to grow, it's time to reap the rewards and flourish. It's time to put the past behind you and move forward. It's time to create new dreams and goals that align with who you have become and what you want for your life moving forward. No longer does your past define you, because you are not your trauma. I'm Harriet Harris. I am the Limitless Business Coach, and I help ambitious women remove internal roadblocks and overcome limiting beliefs so that they can finally create a life and business that they love. If overcoming trauma is something that you desire to do, please check out my podcast, You Are Not Your Trauma, which is available on iTunes, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Learn more about the podcast at www.youarenotyourtraumapodcast.com or connect on Facebook and Instagram. And if you're ready to live a life of thriving and not just surviving, then grab a free copy of my ebook, Limitless Living. Face every adversity regardless.
Hello, and welcome to Stop Stopping Your Success, the 6 R's to Ridding Limiting Beliefs. I'm Harriet Harris, and I'm so glad that you're here today. Now, I won't bore you with details and bullet points about me, but I do want to start by asking you a question. Have you ever felt stuck? Like you wanted to do more, be more, achieve more, but you just couldn't manage to get where you wanted to be in life? I know I have. There's actually a time in my life where I would say, if anything bad is going to happen, it'll happen to me. Why? Because my life seemed to be full of challenges. And a lot of times when we're facing challenges, we feel like we're the only ones in the world. But for me, those challenges started at the very early age of 10 years old, when I experienced a traumatic childhood trauma. I grew up, I got married, and well, that was its very own roller coaster. I spent nearly 2 decades in a career where I felt overlooked and my talents and abilities were often unrecognized. I often felt powerless, as if things in my life just kept happening to me and I had no control. These challenges made me feel unseen, unheard, undervalued, unappreciated, and really just not enough. Have you ever felt that way? I personally often felt powerless, as if things just kept happening and I couldn't do anything about it. So whenever something bad happened to me, somehow, some way, I could always find a way in my mind to relate it back to what happened when I was a child. I would go down these rabbit holes thinking how if that one bad thing hadn't happened to me, then my life would just be different. I would have made different decisions. I would have been stronger. I would have been bolder. For me, everything went back to that one thing. So after attending a women's wellness conference, I returned home and I was fired up from everything that had been poured into me during that conference. I was ready to release all the negative things that I had been holding on to, because I realized that I've been holding on to them for way too long. It was like some sort of reality just smacked me in the face. And it made it clear to me that I had been dragging around decades of hurt and pain and embarrassment and abandonment and betrayal as a result of what happened to me when I was 10. Not to mention the self-blame that I placed upon myself that eventually manifested into limiting beliefs. You see, up until this point, I had no idea the power of my beliefs and my thoughts and the impact they could have on my life and ultimately my success. Charles Swindoll said, life is 10% of what happens to me and 90% of how I react to it. See, I had been stuck in a negative loop, and it was time to break out of it. I began to realize that if I wanted my life to change, then I had to change my thoughts and beliefs. I came to realize that each moment moving forward was all about making a choice. And if I wanted things to be different in my life, then I needed to show up differently. I needed to think differently, and I needed to believe differently. See, at this point, I realized I had two choices. I could either continue to be a victim of my circumstances, or I could make a choice to be the creator of my own life, and I chose the latter. I started by finally forgiving myself. It took 3 decades, but I did it. And once I did, I began to see the world as a place of unlimited potential, where my dreams were possible. I began to see myself as someone who could create anything I wanted in my life by simply deciding what I wanted and then taking action toward it. That one choice that I made to forgive myself, it changed so much for me. The reality was that my negative thoughts and beliefs were holding me back because I didn't believe in myself. I expected bad things to happen, and I didn't think I could do anything about it. Isn't that just crazy? But by making a conscious effort to change the negative thoughts and beliefs I had about myself, I began to create new thoughts and new beliefs that were more aligned with the life that I wanted to live and the person that I wanted to become. And you can do the same. You just have to decide that you are finally ready to stop stopping your success. So if you've ever wondered, what's stopping you from living the life you desire, the goals you want to achieve, or the success that you want to have, I'm here to tell you what it is. What's stopping your success? Is limiting beliefs. That's what. Now, you may be wondering, how can thoughts and beliefs affect my success? And I get it because, I had very similar thoughts when I first realized what was happening. And here's the thing, it all starts with your mind. See, our minds are way more powerful than we give them credit for. Our minds have two main components, the conscious and the subconscious. The subconscious is the source of our thoughts, our ability to use logic, our problem-solving abilities, pretty much everything that involves rational thinking. But then there's our subconscious mind. And that handles pretty much everything else, like our emotions, our imaginations, and our deepest fears. This part of the mind doesn't features and simple rules. Its ultimate goal is to keep you safe. And this is the part of the mind that holds your limiting beliefs. So in this training, you'll learn how to identify the toxic thoughts and limiting beliefs that are holding you back and how to replace them with more positive, supportive thoughts. And by the end of the training, you'll have a greater sense of self-confidence and belief in your ability to achieve your goals. So in order to stop stopping your success, you need to begin by assessing your thoughts. Like I said before, thoughts are powerful, way more powerful than I ever imagined. And they have the ability to influence how you feel and what actions you take, and ultimately how successful you are. So in order to understand how limiting beliefs work and how they affect your success, let's begin by understanding what a limiting belief is. So to answer the question, what is a limiting belief anyway? Okay, limiting beliefs are stories about yourself and about the world around you that your subconscious mind believes to be true. Negative things that you tell yourself about yourself that can be incredibly harmful to your confidence and your self-esteem. It doesn't matter if they're true or not, because your mind believes them to be true. And what our mind believes to be true is really what becomes our reality. These limiting beliefs can make it hard for you to succeed because they create an invisible barrier between where you are now and where you want to be. These beliefs sabotage your best efforts at reaching your goal. You basically cause these problems yourself, but not intentionally or consciously. In most cases, your conscious mind doesn't even realize that it's happening. Many limiting beliefs are a result of something that someone has said to or about us. I love to share this example about my younger brother. When he was a little boy, he would always ask for my mom's sweet tea. Now, my mom loves sweet tea, and she didn't like to share it. So one day she told him that sweet tea was nasty. And I'm pretty sure that he wasn't more than about 5 years old when this happened. He's now 35. And to this day, he does not drink sweet tea. He said he's tried it, and to him, it's nasty. Now, I can't wrap my mind around that concept because I too love sweet tea. Now, this isn't necessarily a limiting belief unless you consider not drinking sweet tea problematic, which I kind of think it's problematic. But seriously, I use this example as a way to show you how our environment and our experiences can affect the things that we actually believe. So you may be wondering, I may not have limiting beliefs. You may be thinking, not me, like this may be for someone else, not me. So let's talk about who do limiting beliefs affect? And the answer is really simple. It's everyone. Believe it or not, every human being has had limiting beliefs at some point in their life. You may not have them now, you may be able to manage them well, but we've all had them. They may be small or large, but they all have the same effects. They hold us back from achieving the things that we want to achieve. They keep us from our dreams, they keep us from our goals, they keep us from success. They can be incredibly powerful because they don't just affect us, they affect every aspect of our lives and the people around us. Limiting beliefs are ingrained in our minds, and it usually starts from childhood. For example, the sweet tea incident with my little brother. They are rules we tell ourselves about how we must live our lives and the things we must do, about who we are and the things we're capable of doing, and the things that we could never accomplish. They are the stories we believe about ourselves and what drives the decisions to our decisions to do things. Because if we believe that, we aren't capable of doing something, we typically won't try. So for example, if you believe or have ever believed that you aren't good enough or intelligent enough to do something, or maybe you think you are a failure because you tried something new and it didn't work out. You may also believe that other people are better than you or have more potential than you. These beliefs may come as a result of something someone said to you at a young age that you began to believe about yourself, or something you started to believe because you felt you didn't measure up based on someone else's standards. I can remember when I was a kid, people told me that I couldn't dance. So I stopped dancing, at least in front of anyone. I convinced myself that I couldn't dance. So I started to believe what they said, and I stopped even trying. If someone asked me to dance, I would say, I can't dance, and I would refuse to even try. And the truth is, I can dance, maybe not as well as others, maybe not to the standard of others, but physically, I can dance, and I really like to dance. So there's no reason that I shouldn't do something that I enjoy doing, right? Would you agree? So the truth of the matter is this: limiting beliefs are often lies. Yes, I said it, they're lies. Any belief that holds you back or limits you can be a limiting belief. Things that you say with very little thought, like, I'm not good at math, or I never get anything right. They're stories that we tell ourselves that our mind begins to believe are true. And in reality, these things aren't true. Just about anyone can learn basic math skills, and most people can reach their goals if they just try and not talk themselves out of it. However, those facts become irrelevant because your subconscious mind will convince you that it's not possible, and it affects your ability to get it done because you stop trying. And that is where the biggest problem lies. So this quote by Henry Ford says, whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. So this quote, it really emphasizes just how much our thoughts impact our limitations. If your thoughts align with an ability to get things done, then you will typically put forth more effort into actually taking action. But if your thoughts align with an inability to get something done, then your effort will match it. Limiting beliefs are powerful because they are based on experiences. Our brains are designed to make sense of the world by making associations between things that happen around us and what we believe about those things. So if you have a negative experience with something, your brain will associate it with other similar situations in the future. Limiting beliefs also become a defense mechanism because, like I told you before, they are in the subconscious mind, which is where you create protection. So that's where you're protected. And that often comes from something that hurt you or caused you to suffer in some way. Your mind creates a limiting belief, like I said, to protect you. So you think about if you touch a hot stove, a little kid, you, an adult, doesn't matter, either one. Your brain begins to make a new rule. Don't touch a hot stove. Why? Because it's protecting you. So from that point on, you are subconsciously careful about not doing that again. Would you agree? A limiting belief is the emotional equivalent to touching that hot stove. They try to protect you from other forms of harm or hurt that you've experienced. And because most limiting beliefs are developed in childhood, usually by the age of 7, they become a part of you. So much so that you can unknowingly begin to use them as excuses to accept why you can't do or achieve something. And this is personal for me because I can say that in my decades of dealing with limiting beliefs, that this is so very true. Limiting beliefs are just what they say. They're limiting. So they will stop you from doing or having something that you truly desire. Now, the reason that limiting beliefs are dangerous is because they can keep you from achieving your hopes and dreams and goals. They can make you fearful and hesitant to take action toward who you know you were created to be. They can even affect your relationships with others. So anything that's stopping you from being who you're supposed to be is dangerous, because then it's keeping you from going after and achieving the goals that you have set for yourself. So take a look at these examples of limiting beliefs. And I wanted you to just take a look and notice the pattern. You notice how they all began with, I can't. See, whenever you start a sentence with, I can't, you're setting yourself up for failure. I can't get straight A's in school because I'm not smart enough. Says who? I can't go back to college because I'm too old. Who says? I can't start a business because I'm too young. Why is that? If you later decide to try to accomplish any of these things, you'll always have that nagging voice in the back of your head telling you that you can't do it because you've been saying it all along. And that voice is just telling you all the reasons why something can't happen. And it's just not true. This voice can also cause you to give up too soon, or without getting all the facts or putting forth a real effort. I can't tell you the number of people I talk to as a business coach that decide that they can't start a business because it's too expensive without ever writing down the numbers. You got to know the information before you decide what you can't do. So the tricky thing about limiting beliefs is that they can be hard to recognize because they become normalized as part of your belief system. So when you think about it, when you have thought or felt something for so long or believed something for so long, it becomes normal. It becomes just part of who you are. When in actuality, these limiting beliefs are irrational and untrue. If we go back to my previous example of, I'm not good at math. Even if you're brilliant, everyone gets bad grades at some point. We don't always know why these thoughts get stuck inside our head, but once they do, it's hard for them to go away on their own. So here are some common limiting beliefs, and I want you to just take a look at these. Limiting beliefs can trap you in a negative mindset that can be very hard to escape. A negative mindset often leads to feelings of fear, anxiety, and self-doubt. These emotions can cause you to make poor decisions, often the opposite of what you want out of life. For example, if you have a limiting belief that I'm not good enough, this will affect your self-esteem and feelings about yourself. As a result, it could lead to fear or anxiety when facing challenges or difficult situations in life. Another example is if you have a limiting belief that, I don't have enough money to start a business. This belief can sabotage you because if you've already convinced yourself that you don't have enough money, how likely is it that you're going to sit down, gather the startup costs needed, and look for alternative ways? I can't tell you, again, like I said before, the number of people I've worked with that are afraid of an unknown number. If you don't know what the number is, then how do you know you can't do it? So if we wish to achieve our true potential, we must destroy the limiting beliefs that are holding us back. And in order to destroy your limiting beliefs, you have to start by understanding what they are, where they came from, and how they are affecting your life. Because you can't fix what you don't know is broken. So what beliefs are holding you back? Limiting beliefs must be destroyed so they can no longer keep you from being who you are created to be. And there are several methods you can use to do this. But in this training, I'll use a process. Okay, so in this training, I'll use a process that I created called the 6 R's to ridding limiting beliefs. But first, I want you to take a moment and think about what beliefs you have that are holding you back. Think of a situation in your life that you're not satisfied with. Where are your results not in alignment with what you really want to do or be or have? What areas of your life do you feel stuck or stagnant? Where have you not been able to make progress despite your best efforts? For example, maybe you're not happy with the amount of money you make. So I want you to use the following fill in the blank statement, and you can use this with the limiting belief that you create. So this example is, I can't make more money because blank. So if you feel like you don't make enough money and that's, a thought that you have, then what goes in the blank? Why do you feel that way? And if that's not your belief, then I don't want to put that on you. But if that's not your belief, think of what beliefs that you have that are holding you back. Maybe you feel like you want to go back to school and get a degree. Like, I can't go back to school because blank. Or I can't buy the house I want because blank. So whatever it is, I want you to write it down and then put that blank there. And I want you to think of the reasons that come up after the word because. Okay. This is a limiting belief or thought that is likely holding you back. So to continue this example, I can't make more money because I'm afraid I'll lose it all and wind up more broke than I am now. The limiting belief here is then if I make money, I'll lose it. And you can also take this a step further and identify where this belief came from. Did you hear your parents fight about money? Have you run into a situation where you are constantly having to spend a lot of money and have a hard time keeping it saved? Think about where it comes from. Ask yourself, when was the first time I felt this way? Or the first time I had this thought? This can provide really invaluable insight into the fact that this belief is not a truth. It's just a belief. So as you're thinking through your limiting beliefs, be careful not to judge yourself or any of the negative thoughts or beliefs that come up. You're simply in a position now where you're observing so that you can change those beliefs. We all have limiting beliefs. Even the most confident, the most successful people can struggle with negative self-talk at any time. Even after they've reached a level of success that most would envy, they can still have limiting beliefs. It's all about knowing how to move past them. So it's hard to, stop negative thoughts when you've been thinking them for a long time. Like I said, anything that we've had ingrained in us since childhood, that is generally something that we're holding on to. And the longer they go on, the more they become ingrained in your brain. But once you recognize those beliefs and the fact that they're keeping you from being the best version of yourself, it's so important to rewrite your script and change how you think about yourself and how you think about your life. So if you think, why do limiting beliefs need to be released? Okay. When you release your limiting beliefs, you can create a new mindset that supports you in living the life you want and allows you to move forward confidently. The good news is that limiting beliefs aren't permanent and you can release them. You'll just need to change these thoughts, both cognitively and behaviorally, And when you change your thinking, then it's easier to so much easier to change your behavior. So I want you to consider what your beliefs are costing you. Ask yourself, are you unable to believe in yourself? Trust yourself? Feel good about yourself? Do you have a hard time dreaming big or believing that you deserve good things to happen? These are some of the things that I personally experienced. And I know that they cost me a lot. It cost me the ability to reach my goals, to finish things that I started. Limiting beliefs have a way of making you feel like you are somehow incapable, which can almost paralyze you from moving forward towards your goals. Despite how badly you want it to happen, you almost just stop moving, stop going, because again, we talked about those excuses a few slides back. You make those excuses based on what you've always believed. So what are your limiting beliefs costing you? What are they keeping you away from? And I want you to think about this. Is it worth it? So I want you to think back to the limiting belief that you identified. Think about how that limiting belief currently impacts your life. For example, let's go back to the if I make money, I'll lose it belief, right? Maybe it currently impacts your life in a few ways. Like, are you afraid to raise your rates? If you're a business owner, are you afraid to raise your rates because you don't want to lose clients? And therefore you feel overwhelmed and burnt out most of the time? Then take it a step further. How is feeling overwhelmed and burnt out most of the time impacting your life? Maybe it's costing you money because you literally feel too overwhelmed to take on more clients. Or maybe it's affecting your relationships because you're always canceling on your friends last minute or yelling at your kids or your partner. Maybe you're afraid to say yes to new opportunities, even ones you'd love to say yes to, because you don't believe you'll have the energy to follow through. And it makes you feel like you're not growing in your job or in your career or your business, for that matter. I want you to peel back all the layers here so that you can truly begin to understand the impact of your beliefs. And once you understand it, you can dismantle it so that you can begin to move forward. Continue thinking of the limiting beliefs you identified, and I want you to take a moment to acknowledge that it is indeed a belief, not truth, and therefore it is possible to shift it and change it. And now this shift will not happen overnight, believe me. But the first step is acknowledging the belief and trusting that with the other exercise that I'll be sharing, you can shift your thinking. And as your mind shifts, you'll feel more confident, which leads you to taking action. You will believe that your business can grow, your relationships can improve, and you can buy your ultimate dream toy. So before we move forward, here's a word of caution. When you are thinking through your limiting beliefs, please be gentle with yourself. You might feel some sadness or even despair. Sometimes people feel like it's a punch in the gut to really understand their limiting beliefs and the harm they're doing in their lives or they have done in their lives. I know I personally did. As someone who used to let bad news drag her down for the entire day or sometimes even a few days, I'm here to say it's acceptable to acknowledge these feelings, but to remember that you're turning it around. Acknowledge the facts, then get excited that these beliefs can be turned around. So the first step to changing your limiting beliefs, once you've identified them, is simply being willing to change them. The fact that you are here in this training tells me that you are ready for a change in your life. You want to stop stopping your success. So remember, change isn't easy. It takes courage and it won't happen overnight. Like I said, you've likely had many of these beliefs ingrained in you since a child. So we can't expect to undo what's been done over decades of time. Can't expect that to be undone quickly. So be patient with yourself and give yourself grace. And then consider, what if I'm wrong? Limiting beliefs are so ingrained in our brains that it's easy to believe they are true. But what if they're not? Have you ever considered that the things that you believe that you've been holding on to forever are just lies instead of the truth? I often wonder why it's so easy for us as humans to believe negative thoughts so easily when we haven't tried to prove it, tried to prove if they're actually true. So again, I want you to consider this question for the limiting belief that you've identified. What if I'm wrong? For example, do you believe that you'll lose money as fast as you earn it? What if you're wrong? You might discover that you're an incredible saver simply because you don't want this limiting belief to ever become true. You may find the motivation to hire a CPA or a bookkeeper to help you understand your taxes and how much cash you really need to earn each month so you can pay your expenses. Think of other possibilities that can happen if you choose not to believe this limiting belief. It's such a simple question, and yet it can open your eyes to a new world of possibilities. If you believe you need to look a certain way before you can date anyone, or what if you're wrong? Whether you believe you're too tall or too short, too heavy, too thin, you will never know if your next partner is out there looking for you unless you get out into the dating world too. So consider that same limiting belief that you've been working on, and ask yourself, am I willing to see things differently? If the answer is yes, and if you're here, it likely will be, then you're on the right track. If you feel resistant somehow to changing this belief, that's okay. Some beliefs take more time than others for us to be willing to address them. So let's jump into it. 6 R's to ridding limiting beliefs. Like I said before, everyone is capable of changing their lives for the better by ridding their limiting beliefs. To do so, however, requires a process of self-reflection and transformation. The 6 R's to ridding limiting beliefs is a process that will help you overcome limiting beliefs and create a life that you truly love if you willingly take the steps to recognize, release, reframe, reclaim, reshape, and receive. So first, recognizing your limiting beliefs. That first step in overcoming a limiting belief is absolutely to recognize it exists, which can be difficult because they are often ingrained, like I said before, into our subconscious. But you need to clarify the negative thoughts and beliefs and perceptions that have held you back. And you can start by writing down your thoughts, feelings, and beliefs about a particular situation or experience. That usually gets you going. Then you need to release the negative emotions associated with this belief. And you can release the negative emotions associated with the limiting belief by writing down all the feelings that come up when you think about it. This process can help you identify what's bothering you and makes you feel bad about yourself. Once you have determined how this belief impacts your emotional state and self-esteem, try to let go of the negative emotions by focusing on positive thoughts instead. The more you focus on positive thoughts surrounding this belief, the less the negative emotions will arise. Then you want to reframe your thoughts. This step is all about changing your mindset. You can reframe your thoughts by asking yourself questions such as, what is the opposite of what I believe, which is the limiting belief? What evidence do I have that supports this? How does this belief impact my life and my goals? Instead of focusing on the negative aspects of your limiting beliefs, reframe your thoughts and focus on how you would like things to be instead. So take a moment and consider whether you have any evidence to support this belief that you've been thinking of and how this belief impacts your life and goals. And then I want you to imagine how you would like things to be instead. Now, reclaim control of your thoughts, beliefs, and life by taking action. You are in the driver's seat of your life, and you have complete control of what does or does not happen. You have the power to create new beliefs, change your thoughts and actions, and take steps toward your goals. You will reclaim control of your life when you take action and make positive changes. It's time to take control back from those beliefs that have controlled you for so long. Starting today, commit to being in control of your thoughts. Even when a negative thought slips in, be prepared to move it along by remembering that that belief has to go because it no longer serves you. Now, I will say this gets easier because this is something that I experience frequently. When a negative thought slips into my mind, I'm like, oh no, nope, stop, nope. So it is possible to actually take control and reclaim those thoughts. And then you want to reshape your reality by creating new, empowering truths that support you and align with who you want to be. This step sits at the core of the process of ridding limiting beliefs. Creating new, empowering truths will allow you to free yourself from the false beliefs that have held you back and enable you to move forward with confidence and certainty. By reshaping your reality and creating new, empowering truths, you will begin to see yourself differently and empowered to step into the life that you were meant to live. So for example, in the previous example used, if I make money, I'll lose it. A way I would want to reframe that thought is to say something like, I am thankful for my strong and healthy relationship with money. You see the difference? And now, step 6, receive all the good that comes your way by embracing your new truths. Although each step in this process is crucial for ridding limiting beliefs, this step deserves special attention. Because when you get rid of your limiting beliefs and fully accept yourself, it becomes easier to let go of unnecessary suffering and feel worthy and deserving of all the good that's coming your way. This step is like opening a floodgate that allows positive energy to flow into your life, creating even more opportunities for prosperity, happiness, and success. The receiving can be a bit difficult, especially if you have held limiting beliefs around your self-worth, like I'm not good enough, or I'm not worthy, or I don't deserve good things. So be patient with yourself as you go through the process and remain open and willing to receive. I can assure you that you will be glad that you did, especially when good things begin to come and you feel how good it feels to receive them. And now the final step is to repeat. Repeat these steps for each limiting belief that you identify. Now, I wish I could tell you that once you overcome all the limiting beliefs, you discover that you won't have it anymore, but I can't. You may develop new limiting beliefs at some point based off new experiences. The great thing now is that you know what they are and you are equipped with the tools you need to address them. Getting rid of your limiting beliefs will be an ongoing journey. Personal development has never had an end point. And even after doing this work, you may find, again, new limiting beliefs showing themselves. But just remember that they aren't true and you know what to do to work through them. So this process will take time, but remember, you will be addressing and unpacking thoughts and beliefs that you've held for a long time. So it won't be a quick fix, but it is possible to be done. So my goal for you as a result of this training is that you commit to discovering your limiting beliefs in order to change how you think about yourself so that you can begin to see yourself as the amazing and powerful person that you were created to be. You hold the power to make change in your life. You have the power to stop stopping your success. So, are you ready? If you're ready to go all in and break free from the negative thoughts that hold you back from living a life you desire, I invite you to grab a copy of my new book, Stop Stopping Your Success, which is a guided journal to break free from the negative thoughts holding you back from your dreams. In this book, you will work through a series of journaling activities, similar to some of the ones we talked through, designed to help you recognize, reshape, and release limiting beliefs and get rid of the negative thoughts and beliefs keeping you from reaching your full potential. You will use the 6 R's to ridding limiting beliefs process to recognize your limiting beliefs, release negative emotions, reframe and reclaim control of your thoughts, reshape your reality, and receive the good resulting from your new truths. Stop Stopping Your Success is available on Barnes & Noble and Amazon.com. And you can also order directly from my website to get your autographed copy from me. And you can do that at www.stopstoppingyoursuccess.com. The fact that you took the time to participate in this training tells me that you are ready and willing to change the way you look at your life. You are ready for a new perspective, and you are ready to take control of your future. You have taken the first step, and now you have the tools and knowledge that you need to start changing the way that you look at yourself and your life. Now it's time to put these tools into practice and start using them immediately so you can begin to see results. You have learned how to identify your limiting beliefs and how to overcome them. If you'd like to learn more about whether your thoughts and beliefs are affecting your success, take the quiz. Go to quiz.stopstoppingyoursuccess.com to take the quiz to learn whether your thoughts and beliefs are truly keeping you from success. Thank you so very much for attending this training. My name is Harriet Harris. I am a business coach, the Limitless Business Coach, and I help ambitious women to remove internal roadblocks and to remove limiting beliefs so that they can finally create the life and business that they desire. Your future is filled with unlimited possibilities and amazing opportunities, and I want you to take advantage of them. I wish you all the best on your journey, and remember that you are a powerful, capable human being, and you can do anything that your heart desires. If you feel certain that something is holding you back from achieving what you desire in life, go to my website and check out all the available resources and schedule a complimentary What's Stopping Your Success chat. And you can do that at www.harrietmharris.com/link-in-bio or reach out via email at contact@harrietmharris.com. Thank you.
When you finally go back to learn from the past to move forward, things will make complete sense and other things fall into place. This has happened in my life and in my work. Do you remember an important event that occurred when you were younger that stuck with you? When I was in upper elementary school, a few events happened to me that stayed with me my whole life. In Chattanooga, we grew up in an all-Black world and went to good segregated schools. In the 4th grade, a small group of us were taught French and filmed on a television stage for a few months. That was a strange sensation. The teacher was white. That same year, a potentially violent event happened in my elementary school. A group of white men stormed into my school and were looking for me. I don't know if the television program and that event were connected or not. I was pulled out of my 4th grade class by the principal, who took me to Mrs. Higginbotham's 5th grade classroom. She was a tall, buxom lady with a booming voice. They placed me under her desk. She continued teaching and stared at the men as they walked by, and they did not see me. I remember seeing their feet, though, and hearing them say they were there to lynch me. I was placed on another bus to meet my parents. I asked my daddy about this right before he passed, since my sisters didn't believe it when I told them that as adults. He said that was a true story. In the 5th grade, we learned African American history the entire year. They were probably getting us equipped for school desegregation. My caring and knowledgeable and quick thinking civil rights activist parents and my school gave me the love, support, and caring needed to protect me and laid the foundation for later success, but they also opened my world. These events happened when I was in middle childhood. I'm focusing on helping parents and families of that age group, along with children ages 11 to 14 and early adolescence. The ages of 9 through 14 are important ages that contain similarities. If you have children or relatives in that age range, you know what I'm talking about. Too grown and childish at the same time. These events were connected to later events in my life, and I used them as starting points for my research to become a better professional and parent to my daughter and 4 sons. Your connections help you to become who you are today, especially if you're comfortable with what you're doing with your children. As happened with me, each of us has had good and bad experiences that later connected to other events in life. Your parents and other loved ones in your families helped you to grow and develop and taught and loved you as your first teachers. They help you become who you are today, or you may have had to work against what they taught you to become who you are, according to your life circumstances. Many of us don't think about it, but parents and families are not just personal entities who show love and caring to their own children as they grow and develop. They are also important to our communities and nation. Families are the smallest social unit and institution in society. Just as our schools and religious institutions help us meet societal needs, families do too. Families are important to the functioning of our communities and our nation, and they lay the foundation for success that helps support children so they can become productive members of society when they become adults. And a lot of us forget that in our country. So much has happened over the last 3 years that point to our nation's and our families' weaknesses and strengths in some ways. We take so much for granted. But the pandemics, the new viral pandemic, and the long-standing social pandemics put our weaknesses and strengths right in our faces. Healing and learning are needed. It's time to be serious during this period of rapid changes, extreme weather, and instant information that make the world smaller. Updated 21st century skills are needed today to prepare our children for the world they will inherit. This is going to be our legacy to them. And as you know, we're leaving a lot of major problems with our children. We need to be open to learning more while using updated skills when engaging with each other. Learning in the past was simpler and easier to function in society, since literacy was clear-cut and included the 3 R's of reading, writing, and arithmetic. Today, being literate requires a shift in deeper thinking and actions on more levels. Parents need to model this shift to their children so children can learn them, especially since some schools don't teach them equally to all children. Parents need the courage and commitment to show positive attitudes. They need to be willing to learn new facts and concepts and learn how to do some new things that will assist their children in becoming prepared for their world. Nothing is simple, but it makes sense for today, and other things will fall into place. Updated 21st century skills include thinking critically, clear communication and collaboration skills across cultures, creativity, which demands play and innovation, and also included are attitude changes of continuous learning, hope, positivity, relationship building, and planning for the unexpected. We also need an understanding that the earth and its climate must be protected since it gives us life. Everything is connected, and we need to have faith that things will work out. Wow, that's a lot in a 12-minute talk about success. But I need to give that as a prelude to change so that we can start embracing that change. And I can send you a list if you'd like. How do parents begin to deal with those things? First, they got to start looking at themselves, something we feel that other people should do sometimes, or our children should do. What are you about? Are you trying to make life look and feel normal, or are you searching for something better? Both parents should look at themselves and their relationship. Do you work together or against each other? Your children are learning skills from you. My former husband and I had to do this self and couple work, so I know what you're going through. When you do, your children will notice what you're modeling, and they will possibly try to do the same. Do the research that needs to happen, or more easily, prepare our children for their world as a guide. After both parents make some changes, they can be ready for that next step, which is the first family meeting. In the family meeting, all children in the mix and who can talk are brought together at a meeting setting. You know, it's just like what you do when you go to a meeting yourself. And sometimes your children have gone with you to meetings. But they're going to have a voice, just as the adults have a voice. You're changing the culture of your family, so this type of change is a good starting point. An important note, no technology is allowed during these changes. Look at people, communicate with them, pay attention to each other, not to your phone or whatever. So in a way, you're going back while moving forward, like Sankofa, pulling those wise things from the past. Doing something different is what you need to prepare children for success in the future world they will inherit. How many of you are up to the challenge? With your second or third family meeting, you may want to view a video together. As a family, look at the world through the same lens, then discuss what was seen. The video I'm referring to is A Future for Us by Sir Ken Robinson. It's only 15 minutes long, so it's not too long. Look for it on YouTube. This video presents a futures orientation, which is the practice of looking ahead and accepting that the future of all of us is unwritten. We have to be open to change and continually learn what else needs to happen. After watching and talking about the video, children may be inspired to try new projects at school using new knowledge, while parents may be motivated to start new family projects directly related to information in the video. People with a futures orientation are looking at the fact that you can write your own history. It's not written for you. You know, the past is past. We learned a lot from it, but the future is unknown. Everything is interconnected and interdependent, and we must have faith that things will work out if we make fruitful connections and embrace change. Those connections help us to heal from the past 3 years and include family wellness and well-being that will grow. You know, we hear a lot in the news about mental health of our children, and this is what they need. Your children's academic achievement will improve, and your children's behavior will also. Parents may find that using a futures orientation means that their job or career situations will change for better financial security for their families. Their spiritual growth may also change with this boost in faith. But change at home means that their schools need to change too. Share the video with your PTA and school and community-based parent organizations. Advocate together with them for better schools that use a futures orientation to continue the work of preparing more children for success in the future world they'll inherit. This is deep work, but changes begin at home and be the start to doing something a lot bigger. Learn more about that. Take time today to begin the long process, making it an adventure for both parents and children. If you're close to other families, join together for the journey. You'll have support and accountability partners, and your children will be able to build strong interactions or in-person ties with friendship with family members. As I close, know that you can be the change your children need to see this year and in the future. Speak about those needed changes. Act on them, knowing that when unspoken connections are brought to light, we can then embrace change. This is the SOULS framework used in schooling solutions, books, and consultations. Contact Dr. Mapp to learn more.
Well, hey, everybody. I'm here tonight with Adrienne Allen. Miss Adrienne Allen, she's speaking at SuccessFest. Welcome, Adrienne. We're excited to have you with us.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
So let me ask you, what's been your biggest obstacle to overcome to be a part of SuccessFest?
I want to say that it's me. That's self-sabotage. The thing that tells me that I don't belong, the thing that tells me that you can't do it, you shouldn't be here. This is not a message for the world. But I bless God for the fact that, through all the obstacles, through all of the sabotaging, I'm still here. I'm still standing. I'm still there. And I got a word. So I believe that was my biggest obstacle.
So it sounds like serving others is really what you're here to do. What about you makes you want to serve other people?
Well, because of the fact that within the last 12 years, I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. And I literally had to learn how to do life again. I had to learn how to walk again. I had to learn how to laugh again. And to me, when it comes down to career, that's the only thing that I've done for as long as I've done is be sick and know how to still maintain, know how to show up, know how to be the best that you can be. You don't have to be sick and look sick, So I became an example of I have MS, but MS doesn't have me. And no matter what you're going through, there's always another way through.
So if there's something that you wanted somebody to take away from your message when you speak to them, what do you want people to walk away with after they hear your message? What do you want them to walk away with?
That they can do it. No matter what, no matter how it looks, no matter where they think that they are right now, it's all in the plan. We don't know God's plan. We can just live it. So we have to trust the plan. And when we trust the plan, it all works out. My line is stay in the boat. No matter what you do, stay in the boat.
Wow, that's powerful. I'm excited just talking to you and interviewing you tonight. So listen, everybody, Adrienne Allen, you don't want to miss her because she's got a powerful message and a powerful word just for you. All right. Well, thanks so much. Appreciate you so much and welcome again.
Thank you so much. Stay in the boat. Stay in the boat. Regardless of how I was to say it to you today, I need you to understand that it is imperative that you stay in the boat. With all of the things that are happening today in this world, we can get caught up in looking at what it seems to look like. And it looks like demise. It looks like people are dying senselessly every day. Our children are dying. Our children are dying before they even have children. So if you have eyes, you can see it. If you have ears, then you can hear it. And if you're left to your own devices, you will feel it. But I came to tell you that no matter what, stay in the boat. Now, they say that a rising tide raises all ships. And by a show of, put some ones in the chat if you really know what that actually means. Now, some of us have heard of it, some of us haven't. But for everyone's sake, I'm going to laugh. Let's just say, don't quit. Stick around. See what's happening around you. But regardless of what you do, make sure you stay in the boat. I'm reminded of a time when I was actually in school, and I knew for a fact that I was in the wrong class. I was doing something that I had no idea what to do, and all I wanted to do was quit. Every day, I said to myself, this is not for me. That sabotager, that self-sabotager came along and was just like, this isn't for us. Okay, maybe we should get sick and stay away for the week. I'm so glad that I didn't. Because regardless of how I really felt, I went to class every day. I took notes, and I took more notes, and I took more notes. But one day, all of it made sense to me. And that was the day that I realized, wow, things are looking up. But I would not have known that had I not stayed in my boat. Now, each one of us has an individual journey that we are on. So the reason why I say stay in your boat is because regardless of how you're going to travel, 9 out of 10 times you want to do it on the boat because you can get further in the water, but the water sometimes can be rough. So it's easy to want to jump. It's easy to want to bail. But what we have to do is we have to make it to the other side. We got to keep going. So what I did was I dimmed it in 7 simple steps. I named it What It Is to Survive. Now, if you're a note taker, that's an acronym. We're going to use an acronym, SURVIVE. And if you're not a note taker and you're just listening to me today, then let's walk with me and talk with me, because this is going to be the new roadmap. This is going to be a new way of life for many. Some might be able to just tuck it away and keep it away for safekeeping. But whatever you do, these are all ways to help you stay in your boat. So for S, it's all about the story. The story you tell yourself versus the story you tell others. Because unfortunately, what happens is you have this story in your head, but because the story is not really real, it's really hard to manifest anything out of it because it's not a true story. So the first thing you want to do is be truthful about the story. But then once you are telling the truth about the story, it helps you understand, which makes the you. Understand. You must understand why things happened the way that they did. You might not be able to pinpoint exactly what went wrong, but you will understand how it went. You will understand how you stayed in that situation or how you got out of that situation. The point of it is, regardless of the story, you have to find understanding. Now, if you're anything like me, sometimes you understand it and you really want to get it do-over. I wish I could do that over. Unfortunately, you don't get another shot to do anything over. But this R can be used as a rewind, as a replay. What if you had not done that thing? Or maybe if you had done it differently, things would have been different. Or maybe if you had just kept walking. See, we all get an opportunity to look at it. So once you tell your story and you can understand your story, and when you're replaying that story, now the blessed part about it is, now let's say you want to change characters. I'm the person, I wanted to change characters. I wanted to pick the other one, not this one, because this one hurt my heart. So I figured that other one might have did me better. That moves you into your view. You get to look at this story, look at it differently, figure it out and say, what if that had not happened? Would it have been better this way? And as you're viewing your story and you're looking at it, you really have to then ask yourself, would you have ended up in the same spot by doing something different? A lot of us have to understand that that is what it's all about. Now, in my book, Surviving Tough Times, On Your March, Get Set, Go, we actually touch on a lot of the reasons of why we do the things that we do. But it's all about the understanding of really why God made us. And with the better understanding of why God made you, it helps you appreciate the next man, especially the ones that you really know nothing about. Because after you actually look at your story, you told your story, you understand your story, you replayed that story, and now you're viewing that story. The next step is illuminate, shine a light on it, shine a light on it. That's the new birthday song. But it's as simple as a new birthday. Shine the light on it. Let you see it how God intended for it to be. Wow. You mean to tell me the things that I went through are things that I went through because those are the things that made me me? Exactly. And if I was able to keep anything in the dark, by the time you shine the light on it, everything's coming out. And that's the blessing. Then you can actually look at what it is that you're dealing with, and you can see the people that you're dealing with. You can see them for who they really are. And then you can bless God for the whole entire thing. Because whether it was good, bad, happy, or sad, it's exactly where you were supposed to be for right now in this moment. That's why I came here to tell you that no matter what it looks like, you gotta stay in the boat. Now, after you shine the light on it, the next two steps are very simple. V and E. Value everything. No matter what it was, no matter how it affected you, you have to find the value in it. Love everything about it. The good days, the bad days, the hills, the valleys. Make sure that whatever you do, you are grateful for all of it. So if I was to wrap it up for you and say, how could you end up staying in the boat through all of these tough times? I'd say, tell the story. Tell the honest story. Understand that story. Rewind that story. View that story. Illuminate that story. And then value everything. Now, I remember in 2010, life was going good. I just knew I was just where I needed to be for the rest of my life. This is going to be the rest of my future. I knew it. Good money, good cars, good friends. And then all of a sudden, I got sick. And not a sick like a good sick, because I didn't even know what was wrong with me. So at the end of the day, I wanted to quit because there was nothing else to do but roll over and quit. But that's when I realized I can't quit. I can't give up now. I got to keep going. I got to stay in my boat. People were telling me, oh my gosh, what's wrong? What's wrong? When you find out what's wrong, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't claim it. Don't do this. Don't do that. I was later diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. It changed my life completely. And everyone told me, don't claim it, don't claim it, don't claim it. I had one pastor come to me and tell me, I need you to claim it, my dear, because God gave it to you. And God gave it to you because you were the strongest person to have it. And this is why I can stand here with you today and let you know that regardless of what it looks like, regardless of how you really truly feel, no matter what, it is imperative that you stay in the boat. My name is Adrienne Allen, and I am the author of a book called Surviving Tough Times. On your march, get set, go. It is the call that is like no other. It's the call that says that you can stand next to each other and we can do this march together as one. No pick, no race, no color, no creed. It's all in the way that we breathe, the way that we move and we have our being. And our children's children's children need to be seen. We are the examples of what it looks like and what it means to survive. And the reason why we are surviving is so that we can thrive. I want to thank you so much. Make sure, whatever you do, you remember, stay in the boat.
Hello, everyone. My name is Cynthia Owsley-Gary, and I am a speaker at SuccessFest 23.
All right. Hello, Cynthia. How are you?
I am good. How are you?
I am fantastic. We're excited to have you here. And Cynthia, what is the title of your keynote?
So the title of my keynote is Overcoming the Challenges of Life.
Oh, wow. Overcoming the challenges of life. So that begs the question, what has been your biggest obstacle that you've had to overcome?
One of my biggest obstacles that I had to overcome was fear. Fear stopped me from doing so many things earlier on in life. So that is the biggest obstacles that I had to overcome was fear.
Okay. So by overcoming your own obstacles, what makes you want to help other people overcome their obstacles?
The reason I want to help other people overcome their obstacles, I believe that I am called to help people to become better, to help people change, to help people make a difference in their life, to help people to become all that God has called and created them to be by helping other people overcome the struggles that they may be facing in life that is hindering them from fulfilling their God's divine purpose, for fulfilling their purpose in life, the things that God has called them to do. Sorry about that.
That's okay. So after meeting with you, working with you, what do you want them to take away? What do you want them to be able to start doing?
And so what I want people to start doing, I want people to believe in themselves. I want people to believe that they can do and become all that God has called and created and designed them to be. I want people to understand that they have a true identity, the identity that was uniquely made in the image of God. And so I want people to know that in spite of their struggles, in spite of their dark moments in life, they can overcome any challenges of life if they put their hope in God, their faith in God, their trust in God, and not give up and without wavering.
Okay, fantastic. So everybody wants to leave a legacy. Everybody wants to be remembered for something. What is it that you want people to remember you as and how you had an impact on the world?
And so I want people to remember me that I am a woman who have faced difficult moments in her life. I'm a woman who had many scars, a woman who was wounded so many times, a woman who was rejected and betrayed, lied on, mistreated, a woman who almost contemplated suicide because of the dark moments, the struggles she had in her life. And so I want people to remember, if I am able to overcome the struggles of life, they are also able to overcome the struggles in life if they put their hope, their faith, their trust in God, and do not waver. Stay connected to the vine. The vine is Jesus Christ. Don't let go of his hand. Don't stop, don't quit, and just continue to do better through prayer, fasting, reading the word of God. That is where you pull your strength from. That is where you get the medicine from. It's from the word of God. So I want people to know that I am that girl, who almost gave up, but because of my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and by his grace, I made it through.
Right. Fantastic. We're excited that you're a part of Success Fest, and I know that the audience is going to be blown away with your message. So thanks again for your participation, and we look forward to hearing you very, very soon.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Continued success.
Hello, everybody. My name is Cynthia. I am the CEO and founder of God's Divine Purpose for Your Life. I am a certified life coach. I have a degree in biblical studies. I'm the author of 7 books, and I plant seeds of positivity and growth in the lives of all people from all walks of life. And so today, what I want to talk to you about is how to overcome the storms of life, to help strengthen you when you are faced with troubled times. Many times we don't pay attention to what might be the very problem that is hindering us from walking in our destiny. With that being said, begin looking at yourself. Do some research about yourself and examine yourself. Find out what it is that's causing you to be unaware of obstacles. The enemy's job is to destroy the air you are breathing and stop you from functioning. If you stop functioning, you will also stop growing and be unproductive. This will lead you to move in different directions that God has not planned for you. And we all know that trials and tribulations, they are not going anywhere. We are living in troubled times. And we know that obstacles, they are imperfections that can weaken our mind, our body, our soul, and our spirit. So how do we deal with these obstacles when God is trying to build up our temple? How do we deal with these obstacles when they are trying to destroy the very temple that God wants to build up, that God wants to use, that God wants to develop and mature, that God wants to use for his purpose? How do we deal with these difficult storms of life? How do we respond to these storms? And so when you are going through troubled times, what is your response? Do you want to throw in the towel? Do you want to give up? Do you want to quit? Do you want to contemplate suicide? Do you go to a place of stress and depression? Do you go to a place of silence? Ask yourself these questions. When you are dealing with the storms of life, what do you do? Or do you believe that God has given you every spiritual blessings in the heavenly realms to help you become successful, to help you to mature and grow and develop, to become all that he has designed and created for you to be? It is your choice. You have to make a decision when it comes to dealing with the difficult storms of life. And one thing I've learned is that we live to experience obstacles, and we encounter obstacles to experience life. And I wanted to share a brief story. At the age of 13, I was so sick. I was diagnosed with this disease called the meningitis. I did not understand why this great storm was attacking me. And so this meningitis led me to be in the wheelchair for 6 months. I had 2 casts on my legs. I had to learn how to walk again. I did not know my parents, but this storm was very difficult for me. It was very painful for me because I was at such a young age. I had goals, I had visions, I had things I wanted to do in life, even as a kid. And so as I got older, I had another great storm. My daughter was 2 years old. She was hit by a semi truck and they pronounced her dead. But the thing is, I had 3 principles that I always kept with me. I trust God. My hope was in God. I believe that God had a plan and a purpose for my life. And this is what I am encouraging you to do when you are going through difficulties of life. You must follow 3 principles. You must trust God. You must believe that God is who he say that he is in your life. You must walk by faith, not by sight. Faith, it is impossible to do anything without faith. And you got to believe that you can do all things through Christ who strengthens you. You cannot give up hope. You got to be joyful and hope, patient in affliction, and you must be faithful in prayer if you want to succeed and become successful in every area of your life, because obstacles, there are imperfections that can weaken your mind, your body, your soul, and your spirit. So how do you deal with these obstacles when they are trying to destroy the very temple that God wants to build up, that God wants to use? And that you must let God take total control over your life, whether it's in your relationship, whether it's in your career, whether it's in your finances. You must make a decision to let God take total control over your life. If you want to grow in the grace of God and in the knowledge of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, to become all that he has created and designed you to be, you got to let God take total control of your life. You got to walk by faith. You got to believe that he is who he says that he is in your life. You got to walk by faith. You got to have hope. You cannot give up on those 3 things, because trials and tribulations, they are not going anywhere. And one of the things that I've learned, that when people are going through difficult moments in their life, they go into a place of denial. And so when denial when you are in denial, you don't want to accept the truth about how you feel and think. When you are experiencing what you are experiencing does not exist, you don't believe it, nor is it a reality. You use this mechanism to avoid dealing with your feelings, which seems like an everyday problem in your life. And so I am coming to a close, but what I want to encourage you, to believe that obstacles may be hard to notice at times because you don't see the flaws or how they change you in your circumstances in life. They can bring you to a place of prosperity and success, or a place of failure and incompletions. Obstacles come in all shape, forms, and fashions. They can present themselves in the form of a human being through your workplace, communication, group settings, loved ones, friends, and family. In fact, they can be dressed up in great clothing as well as be well groomed. And so I want to encourage you that if you continue to press through the hard times, through your troubled times, through your dark moments, I can guarantee that you would not go focus on this road of giving up, this road of throwing in the towel, this road of saying that I'm quitting. I don't want to accomplish the things that God has placed in my heart to do. If you just continue to press toward the mark of the high calling of God, which is in Christ Jesus, you won't have that negative mindset, but you will want to keep pushing, to keep pressing, to keep moving, to keep, doing what God has called you to do, fulfilling every assignment that He has you on. So I encourage you on today, adopt these 3 principles: faith, have faith in God, believe in God, believe that He is who He says in your life, believe that He can do all things except fail. Hope, put your hope in God. Don't focus so much on your problems to the point you don't have faith, to the point you just don't believe, to the point you go into a place of denial, to the point you have no hope. And so you can reach me. My website is cynthiagary.com, cynthiagarey.com. Again, my name is Cynthia, and thank you.
Well, greetings and welcome to SuccessFest. I am Dr. Evelyn. And Ms. Hester, would you please tell us a little bit about, first of all, introduce yourself, and then tell us about your business, the name of your business, and what it is that you do.
Oh, sure. Well, it's an honor to be here, Dr. E. I am Denanya Hester. I'm originally from Florida, just relocated to Charlotte, North Carolina. I love it here. Everything but the weather, right? Florida to cold is just not a good combination. But I am the founder of From Princess to Queens, a nonprofit organization for our girls ages 5 to 18. And what we do is we teach them to be self-sufficient leaders and change agents to change their communities. In addition to that, I'm also the founder of the Knowledge Bar, which is an online bookstore. Hopefully we'll be coming into a brick and mortar soon. It's a place where collectives can kind of meet and have conversation and exchange ideas about different books and how it's helped them over the years. Okay. And lastly, I'm also the founder of Prestige Academy of Autism and Special Abilities. My son has autism. He was diagnosed a few years ago. And I knew that I wanted to be able to offer parents something different, a different way of teaching our babies and inspiring them to tap into their God-given gifts. So Absolutely. That is what I do. That is my purpose. And that's why I'm here.
And you have a full plate. I know that you are probably taking B12 and all kinds of vitamins.
Well, he keeps me going alone. So, it's never a dull moment with him, I swear.
I am sure. But that is such a blessing because sometimes information in our community is scarce. And it's really wonderful to see someone with your energy and your personality that can help parents navigate and offer something that helps our children to just be their best selves.
Definitely. Yeah, it's a bit scary when you first get that diagnosis. So I want to make sure that I'm there to kind of coach them through the process.
Absolutely. That's wonderful. So now with SuccessFest, how do you see it being beneficial to helping you get your word out?
Well, it provides us a platform, a platform to be able to share our stories, the good, the bad, and the ugly, that kind of all, is a part of the process of who we are and, where we're going. So to be able to share my story with other like minds and create a community of people is great. And then also, for people who are not necessarily a part of the success speaker part, but they come in and they get a word, I think that our individual stories can inspire them. To continue. You never know what someone's going through is the new saying that people say now. And to be able to provide a story that can kind of ignite something within someone is really an amazing thing.
Absolutely. So now when you first got started, when you decided you wanted to be an entrepreneur, what types of, I would say, obstacles or barriers did you have to overcome to really get on solid ground?
Yeah, I've always been a pretty ambitious girl, so I thought I always knew what I wanted, right? And as I've gotten older, I realized that sometimes what we want or what we think we want is not necessarily what God has for us.
Absolutely.
And so I actually started this educational process with my mom over 10 years ago. We started a school together called Prestige Academy and Beautiful Mind and Soul Leadership Academy. And unfortunately, due to finances, we had to close down shop. And that was probably the most devastating thing. This was before I became a mom. So those kids were my babies, and to having to step away from something that I thought God had, put in my heart to do was just a little disheartening. And then I gave birth to my son and I realized it was a lot deeper. It was something else. It was the same thing, but a little bit deeper that I needed to do. And so sometimes we have to be able to understand that, failure is just merely redirection and accept that and kind of move forward. Yeah.
Okay, very good. So now here you go. You're getting ready to do a presentation on SuccessFest. You got your recordings done. You're just getting ready to let us know all about the things that you're doing. And if you could give like one piece of advice to an up and coming entrepreneur, what would that be?
I would say, listen to life's whispers. Understand that, you don't know it all, though you have a core feeling, a core belief, right, on where you're supposed to go. But sometimes life may take you somewhere else. So be open to that. Be open to go with the flow, literally. Because sometimes we kind of limit ourselves with, no, it's supposed to be this way, but it may be something much bigger. So I would say, listen to life's whispers, listen, to take all of those things that you think are mistakes or failures, add them to your toolbox and pull them out when it's necessary and needed for the next trials and tribulations that are going to come. Okay. Everything is never going to be smooth sailing. It's going to be ups and downs, just like the stock market. And you have to be able to flow with that. So
that is a very good example to use. That's a very good example, because that ebb and flow either makes money or doesn't. And sometimes even on the downside, somebody's making money.
Exactly.
So there is success even when things are down.
Exactly. Yes, ma'am.
Well, we really are looking forward to your presentation and your participation with SuccessFest. And we want to thank you for being able to come in as a speaker and inform, because information is the key to freedom. When you don't know which path to take. Exactly. And so the more knowledge we have, the better we are.
Yes, applied knowledge is power. Not knowledge, but applied knowledge.
Absolutely. My grandmother used to tell us that knowledge means nothing if you don't share it.
Exactly.
And that's how we grew up. So that's very important. And it's wonderful to see you in that space and claiming your space. One last question. How do you think that what you do, how do you think it makes the world better?
Well, I kind of march to the beat of my own drum. And so I don't have that hive mind concept. And I think to have an individualistic thought process on how I approach things and to be able to inspire our kids to tap into who they are and to drown out all the noise, because social media is taking over, right? And everyone wants to be like someone else. But what you have is important and is necessary and needed. And so I have the ability to help our kids horn in on what their talents are and to be able to give that to the world. And I think the next generation we worry about. But if they're under the guidance of Miss Hester, you don't have to worry about them. They're gonna know who they are and know what it is that they're here for and be able to share that with the world. So that's kind of my gift, and that's what I hope to see them as they grow.
Well, that definitely makes the world a better place. We want to thank you again, and I'm just really happy that I had an opportunity to speak with you before your presentation. So enjoy, and we look forward to seeing what you have to say. Thank you for being a part of SuccessFest.
Greetings, everyone. I am Deonya Divine. I am the founder of From Princesses to Queens, as well as Right to Reign, the podcast. And today I want to talk to you all about where success actually comes from. Earl Nightingale says that success is merely one's finding themselves. A successful life is simply being able to overcome life's obstacles without losing your esteem on your goals. So I want to start by telling you a little bit about my story. As I said, I am Deonya Divine, and I'm originally from Jacksonville, Florida. I've recently relocated to Charlotte, North Carolina, so I'm excited to be here. My story starts way back in 2008. I was an undergrad, graduated with my degree in business management, and then went on to complete my master's degree and receive my MBA. I decided that I wanted to open up a school, a private school. My mom has already been in business for ever since I can remember, and I knew that I had something that I wanted to give back to our youth. So me and her together founded Beautiful Mind and Soul Leadership Academy in Jacksonville, Florida. It was amazing. For once in my life, I felt that I was living out my dreams. I was doing what I was destined to do. I was doing everything that God put me on this earth to do. And then, of course, the challenges. Yeah, the challenges came, knocked me off my pedestal. And I actually had to close the school because of some financial issues. I was lost. I was confused. I was angry, really, because I felt that I had to start all over. Why would God take something away from me that was so profound in my life, that meant so much to me? I didn't understand. I was confused. And then I went to the doctor and they told me I was pregnant. Now I'm really confused. What are the odds that I'm closing a school, a private school? And not only was my private school a small, structured, loving environment, but it was geared towards kids with special needs, with learning disabilities, kids who just didn't do well in the traditional school setting. And I just knew that that was going to be where I was going to be for the rest of my life. And now this doctor is telling me I'm pregnant. I'm going to give birth to a child. How is this even possible? And I remember hearing a still voice, and it said, I need all of your attention. I had to take that away from you because this child is going to require everything from you. And I want you to have that ability to give him that. And so fast forward, Ramses Knowledge Williams was born, and a healthy, beautiful baby boy. And I was excited. I felt alive again, right? And then the doctors told me he may never speak. He may be always nonverbal. He's going to be on the spectrum. He's going to need your help for the rest of your life and the rest of his. And do the best you can. And I was not going to take that. Again, I named my son Ramses. What a powerful name. And I know he's sent here to do great things. And so after working with him in therapy and just putting him in different activities, he loves to swim. And so now he's on the swim team at the age of 6. He's still working on his verbal skills, but I realized that my child, my gift that God gave to me, was here for a special purpose. And so I was able to start up the school again, which will be opening in 2025. It's going to be the Prestige Academy School of Special Abilities. It was basically brought to me by my son. And now I understand that little kids and little boys and little girls with on the spectrum, with autism and all other disabilities and orders that people give them and limitations that they put on our children, I want to make sure that no other mother ever feels like her child is a burden, like her child will never amount to anything or her child won't be successful, because that is a lie. The devil is a lie. You know how they said that in church? The devil is a lie, and I refuse to let anyone ever feel that way. But I share that story with you to let you know that there's no such thing as failure. earlier when I told you about opening up the school with my mom and having that, opportunity to inspire their kids. And I was on cloud nine. I felt like I was doing everything I was supposed to do. And then life came. And so I'm going to rewind that back to what Earl Nightingale says is successful living is the ability to overcome obstacles and not lose enthusiasm on your goals. And yes, I did lose a little enthusiasm because I had no clue how I was going to be able to move forward and move past what I was able to do before. But now that I've been given such a wonderful blessing and I can bless so many other families, it all makes sense. And I remember Oprah saying that there's no such thing as failure, merely redirection. So it's how you look at things. Sometimes things are just not meant to be, or if they are, they're supposed to be on a greater level. And I realize that now that I have my beautiful baby boy and his elements and his special superpowers is what I call them. I can help other kids like him tap into theirs. So before I leave you today, I want to leave you with 4 key points so that you realize that everything that you need to be successful comes from within. Oftentimes when we look outside of ourselves for validation or, direction, when everything that you need is in here. So one thing that I want to leave you with is that you have to have a clear objective, a clear vision of what you want yourself to be and where you're taking your goals. And that means writing them down and making them plain, having a vision board, which I have here, with all of the pictures of things that I want to accomplish. So that's the first foremost thing you want to do is have a very clear-cut direction and objective of where you're going, because life is going to knock you around. It's going to pick you up and drop you down a couple of times. And you got to be able to get up and look at that list and know that you're still on your journey to success. The second thing is you want to have the ability to listen to life's whispers. Oprah calls them life's little whispers that guide you to where you're supposed to go. And so life's little whispers could be anything from a billboard sign to a radio ad to just a still voice in your head. You have to learn how to listen to that voice and to understand that that is what is guiding you forward. The third thing you want to have is an understanding that success is not a destination. It's a journey. It's a process. Every single day that you're on this planet Earth, you're going to be working towards your goals and working towards living a successful life. So just know that it's not just one destination. You got a lifetime to go. And the last thing I want to leave you with is the ability to appreciate and find joy in building something. Because as I stated before, success is not a destination, but it's a journey. So why not enjoy the journey? Why not enjoy the scenery? Why not take the time to bask it all in and enjoy the process of building something great? Because that's what you're on the road to do. Now, before I leave you all today, I did want to leave you with a Bible verse. Now, I am a PK. I did not tell you guys that. I am a pastor's kid. So the Bible is etched in my mind, I guess you can say. But this is going to be Luke 17:20-21. And it states, once Jesus was asked by the Pharisees when the kingdom of God was coming, and he answered, the kingdom of God is not coming with things that can be observed, nor will they say, look, here it is, or there it is. For in fact, the kingdom of God is among you. It's inside of you. It's who you are. And it's your gift that was given to you by the Creator. So don't forget to tap in and remember those 4 things that I left with you. Making sure you have that clear objective of your goals and know where you're going. The second thing is have the ability to listen to life's whispers and the wherewithal to understand that that's guidance for you. Also, you want to remember that life is not a destination. It is a journey. It's going to take a while to get to where you feel you want to go. And then when you get there, it's going to be more places you want to go. So why not enjoy the process, which is the last and final step? Take the time to enjoy the process and bask in the information and bask in the opportunity that you get to live out another day and to work towards those clear objectives that you have posted on your wall or on your board. So remember, everything that you need to be successful is within. You have it. Sometimes you have to drop things that don't no longer serve you. Toxic relationships or friendships. Jobs that take you off of your goal and don't really refuel you. Situations that just drain you. Habits that paralyze you. You got to drop those things. And once you do, you'll be able to tap within, and get to that greatness that God has designed for you. So remember, success comes from within, and you have everything it takes to get there. I want to leave you again. My name is Deonya Divine. You can always visit me or shoot me a line at deonyadivine.com, or follow my Princesses to Queens journey at fromprincessestequeens.org. Congratulations on your success.
Hi, I'm Dr. Robert Benson, and I'm a military man. I spent over 20-something years in the military, and I have a great family. Well, come the time for me to get out, we had a great assignment. It's in a place that my wife and I love dearly. My kids love it. My sons, they're having a great time. White picket fence, all of that stuff's going on. It's great. Well, enter conflict in the fact that I have to find a job. Well, I get a call for a job. Well, the job is not like right around the corner. It's not an hour away. It's 7 hours away, 7 hours away. And I have to go and decide whether I'm going to take this position. Well, the wife and I, we discussed it a little bit, and you know, there's some legitimate concerns, obviously, because when you are a military guy, you have certain structures in your home. So I'm about to do something to change all that completely. So my wife and I discussed it. We decided that it's good for me to take the job. As a matter of fact, she said absence will make the heart grow fonder. So we take the position, we move on. You know, I go back and forth, you know, commuting and such, trying to maintain some level of normalcy with my kids. But as the time went on, it got a little bit more difficult to do. I was finding myself dealing with conflicts within my own family, because when I was gone, it was like I wasn't around anymore. As a matter of fact, that absence ended up being absence. It means out of sight, out of mind, versus, you know, them missing me and wanting me to come around. As a matter of fact, it got so intense at times that we really were at each other's throats. I found myself coming back and forth home. Every time I was coming home, I was having to redo or undo things that just wasn't what we agreed on. And sons and children being who they are, they know how to keep things going to where the heat's off of them and put it on someone else. Long story short, as time went by, we started getting more and more egregious situations that happened. As a matter of fact, one time when my wife and I both were away from home, my son had some kids come over, and one of them had a gun on him. This kid had a gun, and the gun went off, and it shot one of my son's real friends. As we did some investigation down the line, we didn't even know who this kid was, had never seen him before. But at any rate, this happened. There was a shooting in the backyard of my house. Thank goodness my son had learned some of the things and retained some things we were trying to teach him over the years. So he actually saved this kid's life by stopping him from bleeding out because it hit him in his leg and it hit the major arteries. I could have killed him had my son not acted appropriately. Well, yeah, that's admirable, but the bottom line is that this is a situation that should have never even happened. Well, eventually I get a chance, I get back home when all this has happened, and I try to talk to my son. I want to know what's going on. How did this come about? Who is this kid, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That including a bunch of other things that it was time for him and I to have a big conversation about. Well, this kid is the one who I see myself in more than anybody else. I see myself in him more than anybody else. I mean, this is mini me, so to speak, as they say. But anyway, he and I get to talking, and it gets cantankerous. It gets loud. He gets so angry at me that he punches a hole in the door in my house. And I was pissed, okay? I was pissed. I wanted to hurt him. But I had to take another step back, because Schroll says that life is pretty much 10% of what happens to you, and then 90% of how you respond to it. Well, keeping in mind the fact that we're African-American men, my son's African-American male, and African-American men, we're dealing with all sorts of lockouts, things as far as education. We're not getting the same education opportunities as others are. After school programs and all these things that happen for a Black man, they're kind of being left out of. But here I am in the middle of getting ready to have altercation with my son, a physical one. Never mind the fact that Black men account for, young Black men, at one time in the last couple of years, they accounted for 37% of gun violence. 37% African-American men, that's crazy. And, not to mention the situation surrounding police. Now, later on, I'll talk to you about police and how police can be good or bad. Well, actually, for African-American men, they are actually more bad than they are good. And this is something else that's going on, but yet here I am. I'm in the middle of a situation where I'm about to be violent with my son. Well, I kind of thought about things a little bit, and I had this major epiphany. As a matter of fact, all the time when I was working away from my family, I tried to do things, I improvised. I was sending text messages to them every day. And actually, over a period of time, those text messages that I put together led to me producing or writing 2 books. I wrote 2 books, and both of them are books of quotes that I was sharing with my kids. I was motivated, stoked to try to work with them a little bit more. One book is called The Book of Dad, Quotes and Antidotes for a Lifetime of Wisdom. And another one is Book of Dad 2, More Quotes and Antidotes for a Lifetime of Wisdom. Yet and still, I'm at this point where I'm getting ready to have an altercation with my son. Well, not only that, I didn't just do a couple books. I actually have a podcast, a radio show, where I talk to people about the very thing that we're talking about right now, how to get out of these situations. Well, trust me, it wasn't something that I learned overnight. And at that point is when I realized I had to do something different. I had to step back. I took a step back, withstanding things that I just mentioned, the issues with education, with crime, and opportunities and things like this. And I realized that what my son needs right now is for me to meet him where he is. Because ultimately what I discovered was that he was just as angry, pissed, and hurt as I was about everything. And we looked at each other. There's tears in his eyes. There's tears in my eyes. I mean, I know this kid, remember? Well, at this point, I decided to do what I like to call a team mentoring workshop. And in this workshop, what I do is I equip people with the tools to deal with situations that I'm talking about right now. Because the ultimate thing is that what I want you to know is that it's normal to have those kinds of altercations within your family. It's normal. Happens all the time everywhere. The other thing is that the frustration and the anger you feel, you're going to feel that. But what I want you to feel now is motivated to go back in and revisit these situations with your family, with your children. And what I want you to do is to allow me to help you with my team mentoring workshop. So what I talked to you about today pretty much is this, is that you got to survive. I mean, when work situations come about, there's going to be things and situations that put you away from your family. I have the tools to help you deal with that. And if you allow me, I'll share those things with you. And now let's just revisit my son, the situation where he and I were about to bump heads. And as I said before, it was an emotional time. We both had tears in our eyes. We were very upset about it, about what was going on. But the thing that I walk away from is that we looked at each other both in the eyes, and I said to him, we got to fix this. He said, yeah, Dad, you're right. You're right, you got to fix it. The first thing I asked him, I said, was, what was on your mind? What's the matter? And it was like we let the air out of a balloon. He thought, dang on, this man wants to hear what is going on with me. So the bottom line is that, yeah, we can go back to another quote and say, yeah, you can get more bees with honey. And communication is probably the best tool you're going to have in dealing with any situations. But these are the type of things that I like to share with you. And if you'll allow me to do that, I will. I'm Dr. Robert Benson, and I'd like it very much if you allow me to share my team mentoring workshops with you. Thank you. Hey, greetings, I'm Dr. Robert Benson, and I've heard it said that life, and Schroll said this, is that 10% of life is what happens to you. The other 90% is how you respond to it. Well, I'm a military guy, and I've been pretty much all over the world. My family and I, we've gone all over the place. Very structured life, and then when it's time for me to get out of the military, I go to a great place. My family goes somewhere, we get settled in, and white picket fence, you know, you name it, all of those superlatives about how great it was where we were. But I had to get a job. And in getting that job, the only thing that was really available at the time was stuff that was pretty far away from my home. As a matter of fact, I had a job that was 7 hours away. Well, that creates a little problem, if you will, because I'm a father with sons. And while I was away, instead of them missing me, it was kind of like out of sight, out of mind. I had really strange things happen. Like my son got into some situations. There was even a kid who got shot in my backyard. My wife and I both weren't home, and a kid came over to the house with my son, had a gun, the gun accidentally goes off. The only good thing about that situation was that my son had the wherewithal to save the kid's life. But that's just one of the things that happened during this time frame. Well, I need to talk to my son. So I get with him, and again, this kid is the one that I see myself in the most. And our conversation got so cantankerous and tense that he actually punched a hole in the wall in my house. I was very pissed at him, very pissed. But here we are at this situation, and I got to figure out what I'm going to do about it. Well, if you'll allow me to, I want to teach you today and show you a bunch of things to combat situations that are just like that, because it's normal to have these interruptions and interactions that are not always positive with your family. And you should feel frustrated, but what I want you to feel is motivated. And today I'm going to motivate you on how to handle those situations. As I said before, my name is Dr. Robert Benson. And what I'm going to talk to you about today is team mentoring. And it's basically team mentoring, which are tools and information needed for survival. So for a quick overview of what I'm going to talk about, I'm going to state the problem to you. Then I'm going to present some statistical data from 2 different time frames. I'm going to talk about the team approach and how mentoring and team development works towards addressing the type of problems that I just indicated to you. I'm going to identify some people who can help us and some people who shouldn't. But in the middle of all that, you're going to see that there's a group in particular that can fall and has fallen on either side of the fence. Okay, and then I'm going to talk about some national initiatives that are out there. And at the end of all that, I'm going to have you do and sign and commit by signing off a pledge to be a team mentor. And we'll summarize and conclude, and I'll share some information about you with my other stuff that I do. Well, simply put, stating the problem is that the African-American male is in a serious lockout. The urgency of now lockout crisis is something that was developed by the great Barack Obama. And some of the things that he identified in this lockout were National Assessment in Educational Progress, the NAEP. Black men tend to fall by the wayside in these types of programs. There's an early childhood education lockout. We were talking about where kids are younger, African-American men or males don't seem to be getting their attention in that area. Student-centered learning. This is where we're taking those concerted efforts to reach a student, each one individually. But that's just not happening for the African-American male right now. Well-resourced community lockout. This is huge because if you go outside your door and there's nowhere to go, nothing to do, there's no resources available for a young child, and that's definitely a playground for an idle mind or the devil. Interestingly enough, though, the other one here is this gifted, talented, and AP lockout, which is advanced placement courses. These types of courses are huge for kids to get into school because it allows them to fudge and increase their grade point averages if they're able to get into these courses. Again, the participation in this program from African-American males is pale, okay? And then, of course, the post-secondary attainment lockout, that's just simply going to college. And as we talk more about this, you're going to see that there's a disparity amongst African-Americans in this area as well. So let's just look at some data. Okay, we're going to talk and look at data from two different perspectives. One is about 10 years ago, and the other is recent. And then also after this, I'm going to explain something else to you that's going to affect these numbers. But essentially, 10 years ago, African-American males, only 53% of them were employed. And that's between the ages of 25 to 34. That's the meat of our population. Our young people who are in development stages, who are learning things. Well, if they can't get jobs, then there's a ripple effect of negativity there. Violence, African-American children alone, this is back in 2003, accounted for over 1,100 gunfire incidences, shootings, if you will. And I mentioned a shooting earlier about my son, one of his friends, crimes. For instance, another thing is that crimes, African-Americans tend to be sentenced to longer sentences. They try to couch it, or I'm not going to say they, but I'm going to say the system tends to couch these things behind the type of crime. For instance, crack cocaine. People are getting life and life sentences and very, very stiff sentences for crack cocaine versus people who use powder cocaine. They're not getting nearly as intense sentences or long. People say it's because of the type of drug. We all know that the reason why these sentences are stiffer is because they are addressing or being levied on people who are minorities in the most case. And of course, we talked about education before, and only 45% of Black men really graduate from high school. That's scary. And then Black males actually have a 32% chance of going to prison. That's another one that's scary. And Black graduation rates hover around 50 to 59%. Well, let's take a look at that same data later on, 10 years later. This data here that I have now is about from 2018-17. But the numbers are surprisingly the same. There hasn't been any changes in these, in this slope, if you will, this disparity in employment rates, graduating from college, prison populations per volume for people of African-American standing. Well, that's then, this is now. There's no change. Why is that? Well, there are some things that can contribute to the skewing of these numbers. Now, just recently, we all know that COVID was huge. We had to deal with the pandemic implications. And what that pandemic did was it literally shut everything down. So you're talking about a fractured and damaged system that's basically been shut down. So quite naturally, things are negatively going to get exasperated. So we talk about the COVID shutdown. I mean, there was no sports, there was no nothing. I think that allowed the idle problems to surface. I mean, let's look at what happened in January, the January 6th insurgents on the White House. I beg to, I submit to you that the reason why that was able to go on at the magnitude and the level and volume that it did was because people didn't have anything else to do. So, but along those lines with the COVID situation is that we are still in recovery. We have not fully recovered from the crafts or the situation surrounding COVID. And for that reason, numbers are skewed. We're going to have inaccurate numbers or numbers that need to be factored or have some asterisk by them that indicates COVID. Now there is absolutely a new norm that new norm is that nothing is normal anymore. We're constantly trying to adjust. And just yesterday, I know of positive COVID cases that are still occurring. And of course, as I said before, when you're talking about people who can't work, they don't have anything else to do, there's an exponential hike in crime, which is really amazing to me. So, but, all right, so now that's the problem. We know that we're an underserved community. So how are we going to address this? Let me share something with you real quick though, is that for years when I was a kid and I was a young person, the one thing that I really wanted to do was I wanted to be a professional basketball player. Well, the problem with that is that I sucked at basketball, but I'm not a very big guy. So what I had to do was I met some people who talked to me and advised me on different things. What I meant and what I talked to was a mentor. A mentor is someone who teaches and gives advice to a less experienced and often younger person. Mentors aren't in control really as to who sees them as mentors. As a matter of fact, to be a mentor, all you really have to do is live and lead by example. And the reason why I say that is it's very important because we know that there are people out there who see us as either what to do or what not to do. And that's what mentoring is living that life and being an example for somebody. But I'm going to quote an organization that I was with years ago that addressed what I see mentoring as. It's every man, get a man, recruit, reclaim, and retain. And that's what mentoring is. It's grabbing the coat, pulling the coat, as I like to say, of a young person that you see heading in a direction and put them on the right path. And they don't have to necessarily be heading in a bad direction. You're just going to help them get further along to where they are. So this mentoring thing, what is it? What are we talking about here? We're talking about training. We're talking about coaching. We're talking about providing advice, being that example or that shoulder for somebody to come and talk to. But essentially what mentoring is, excuse me, mentoring is about communication and relationships. The better you communicate, the better your relationships are going to be. I'm going to go back to my son's situation. At that one point where I was at this, what am I going to do? I was at a crossroads. I had to remember two things, relationships and communication with him subsequently. But to go back to mentoring, we all have it in us. It's something that we all are able to do and have done, whether we did it intentionally or not. But there's no real special training required to be a mentor. You just need to have a desire to lead and influence. Share your experiences. Teach proper etiquette. Lead by example. And as I said before, you are probably a mentor to someone now and didn't even know it. But to teach proper etiquette, that's going to spin us off into some different stuff here we're going to talk about. Because the way a person conducts themselves in a lot of situations can either de-escalate a situation or make it worse. But let me go back to what I was talking about as far as wanting to be a basketball player. Well, I talked to a mentor, and the mentor was brutally honest with me. He said, you're not a basketball player. But what you probably could do, because you're athletic, you're smart, you're decisive, is become a basketball referee. And that's exactly what I did. And believe it or not, I was a basketball referee for more than 20 years. And I refereed at the college level, high school, Division I college things. But again, I was able, because I was guided by a mentor, to stay close to something that I love dearly and be involved in it. So that's the kind of stuff that mentors can provide. Put you on the right path to going where you need to go. So we're talking about mentors. We got people that are stoked. They're going to help. They're going to take care of this person. Well, we've always heard the term, it takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to raise anybody, really. And it takes a village to get someone to a certain point, whether they are working or whatever it is. You can't do anything in a vacuum and by yourself. So let's talk about teams and how we can pull these people together for the betterment of guiding our youth. So simply put, a group is two or more individuals who share a common interest, characteristics, or whom members identify with each other for similar traits. But teams, they kind of differ a little bit because teams, they differ in 5 key ways. Teams are for a specific reason: task orientation, independent formal structure, and formality amongst the membership, and a purpose. A team, if you will, is almost like a project management tool. What we have to start seeing is all of our kids is like a project, and put together an appropriate team to manage them from cradle to grave, or to a point we're trying to get them to. The bottom line simply is that we must become a team. Now, as we talk a little bit more about this, let's talk about teams and the different stages in teams. Teams are on a progressive trajectory about their development and what they end up being able to do. When a team first starts out, it's storming. As you can imagine the term storm, everything is just kind of chaotic and hectic all over the place. Everybody's kind of trying to figure out where they fit into this dynamic organism that's designed to help our young people. Norming. Norming is where everybody kind of getting settled. They're figuring out what their role is in this organization, this team, and what they need to do. From there, they perform and progress on to performing, where they're able to perform and do those tasks, those specific things that have been identified to exist for their existence. And of course, their journey. I mean, everything comes to an end at some point. Now, depending on what's going on with the team, they may very well recycle themselves and come back into doing what they need to do. These 5 stages are identified by Tuckman, and they're called his 5 stages of group development. But the thing I find interesting about teams is that you can always make teams sort of analogous to sports. Some of the highly functioning teams are sports teams, and we're going to talk more about that as we get into this. I think perhaps the most functional team is a family. Everybody has their role. We're all members of this team, and we have this common goal of what we're trying to do. So a family, in most cases, I would have to say in almost all cases, barring any attrition, is the first real team that a person is a part of. But let's talk about team memberships and roles and how we need to learn a little bit more about ourselves and what we need to do in this team. So let's talk about team dynamics. Team dynamics describes the behavioral relationship between the members of a group. The dynamic between them includes how they interact, communicate, and cooperate with one another. How well your team is able to do these things directly influences what it can accomplish. As simple as that. It's basically just knowing your role and understanding what that is. Now, you don't always go into a team with that mandate. So here's a way that it's fixed. These 3 things make sure a team stays the way it needs to stay or does what it needs to do. We're talking about alignment. Here, each member of the team understands the direction and goals. There's no ambiguity around what needs to be accomplished, resulting in less tension. It's true that apprehension and uncertainty make people tense. So start with clarity and alignment with a team. Make sure everybody knows. Transparency. How many times have we heard that word stated by the great Barack Obama? Transparency. Issues will come up in teams. There's no way around that. It's best to meet these head on with openness and honesty. When people think there is something to hide, they become suspicious and untrusting, which is a sure way for team dynamics to suffer. And of course, accountability. Accountability is huge because I'm gonna go back to talk about the family team again. While we're trying to mentor this young member who's a part of his team, they're still accountable for their actions, even though they're part of his team, and we have decided to take on their development. But there's still accountability for everybody who's a part of this team. And accountability, wow, the lack of it drags teams down. I mean, without it, there can be no trust. Simply ensuring that each team member is aware of their responsibility and understands the importance of following through is crucial to having a solid team. Now, let me go back to that situation with my son again. Now, he violated his rules and what his role was in that team because he did something that my wife and I asked him not to do. He had somebody at the house and we weren't there. And lo and behold, we had this catastrophic situation occur. Well, he fortunately got out of it, but we'll talk more about that entire scenario a little bit later on. So let's just talk about teams and the roles a little bit more. Basically, your team roles are basically aligned by 3 things. action, people, and thinking. Action is pretty obvious. What do we have to do? We make sure people align their roles based on that action, what needs to be done. Now, the people part of it is where you get into managing relationships and the abilities of everybody to make sure that team is cohesive based on the individual. Here we're getting outside of what the task is and focusing on the people who are part of the team. I mean, everybody knows that there are folks that they probably think they couldn't work with, or would rather not, because they know what kind of person they are. And then, of course, the thinking roles. Thinking is huge because every team has a designated expert to do whatever. And that individual in that thinking role is also constantly trying to plan, make sure everyone understands things about what's going on. So now let's talk a little bit more about these teams and stuff, and who do we think, or how can we place our young people in the right environment with the right people, and who we should look to be teams with and compile these teams. Basically, they have to be positive organizations surrounded by positive activities. And we talk about the Boy Scouts, we talk about fraternities, we can talk about sports. I'm gonna get a little bit more in depth on sports in a minute here, but look at the slide here. We're talking about quite a few different entities that are positive that can help out with this development. This group of people we're putting together to make accessible to these young folks who need guidance. Boy Scouts is one of them. Fraternities, I'm a member of Kappa Alpha Psi. That's the best fraternity in the world. We'll talk a little bit more about that a bit. But sports, I mentioned before, I wanted to play basketball. I ended up being a basketball referee, but I was a part of the sport because something I love, because there was other things associated with being a part of a sport. Religion is huge. The appropriate spiritual grounding makes a big difference in the lives of a lot of people. Okay. But let's talk a little bit more about sports. The benefits of sports are almost immeasurable if you think about it on some levels. Basically, number one is this physical activity. And number two, we're talking about camaraderie. Even the athlete who does his thing by himself experiences camaraderie by being a part of a sport. We're talking about boxers, wrestlers, and tennis players, and people who do their thing by themselves in competition. They still are members of the team or part of something that's positive. Let's talk about accomplishment real quick. Accomplishment is huge. It is huge because nothing builds your confidence better than finishing something that you set out to do. I'll share a story about a time when I was a baseball coach. I coached my sons when they were younger, and we had a kid on the team who didn't know anything about baseball. As a matter of fact, his mom bought him a glove to cover the game for the wrong hand. You know, when you play baseball, the glove goes on your offhand. Well, he had the wrong glove on, but anyway, last game of the season, this kid was still on the team. He wanted to be a part of the team because he was a part of something. But this is the big message in this for him, is that we put him out on the field and kid gets up the bat. And I mean, he hits the ball really hard. He scorches it, but it goes straight up in the air. And I mean, it seemed like that thing was in the air for an hour. But this kid, as I said before, who doesn't know the game, he's standing there and he's looking at the ball. He's looking at it, looking at it, looking at it. And he comes down and he catches it. That's the only thing he did all year long. But everybody was ecstatic about it. It was great. He was so happy about that it went and complemented his sense of belonging, his sense of accomplishment. And that's what sports do for people. Now, certainly there's some negativity surrounding those things. And the thing about sports is you learn team dynamics. I mean, you understand you have a role. Same thing in music. You know, you've heard the same sheet of music analogy quite a bit, but it's about being a part of something positive and you seeing those immediate gratification type results. So now that we know there's some good things to do, let's step back for just a second and look at things that are possibly negative surrounding being a part of a group. Well, there's definitely negative influences. I mean, peer pressure, competition within. Now, the competition is really, really strange because it's kind of an oxymoron, if you will. You're on a team with a person who you're competing with. Well, everybody on the team probably wanted to play quarterback, but only one of them ended up being that. So that kind of competition can be negative at times. And it's a hard pill for a person to swallow when they realize, like I did, that, hey, you ain't a basketball player, man. You're a referee, or you could play something else, but definitely not what you thought you were. And that can create some conflict depending on the personality of the person impacted there. Followership can be bad because we talked about peer pressure. Those are kind of go hand in hand. Peer pressure, I mean, there's courses and volumes written on the impacts that it can have on a person's life, immediate and long term, because they don't learn how to lead. Bullying is huge in any situation because men ourselves, we're always trying to be that alpha guy or that person who is constantly in charge. Well, other people, everybody's not like that. But one thing I can assure you of is that there's always a jostling or a ranking and filing of any group of anybody that comes together. And those are some of the negative things that can come about it. And then, of course, cult-like behavior is really bad because that's when a person is completely outside of their mind, as people I know have said, to where they join an organization, they forgo everything, and they totally follow some individual organization. I love what Chris Rock said about bullying. He said people get upset about bullying. He says everybody needs a certain amount of bullying in their life. He said because he said pressure makes diamonds, not hugs. So people are under a lot of pressure constantly about these negative cautions and things when it comes down to joining organizations. So we're talking about what you should do. Let's dig a little bit now into what you shouldn't and who you shouldn't be dealing with, because let's face it, gangs are one of the strangest entities there are. It's highly competitive within. They have a whole different set of rules to live by. And once a person becomes a part of it, they seem like they just can't get away from it. Drugs is a big problem. I'm going to talk a little bit about drugs and after I cover this next section. But hate groups are huge. I mean, imagine that at this stage in our development in our country, that we still have organizations whose sole existence is just because they don't like a group of other people. That to me is amazing that it still exists. But hate groups, drugs, and what is that last one on the bottom there? Police. Well, let me share something with you real quick here. I mentioned I like Chris Rock before, but Chris Rock said something some time ago. He said, it's been said that the Black man is an endangered species. Chris said, well, that ain't true because endangered species are protected by the government. The African-American man is not protected by the government. As a matter of fact, let's talk about the police. What's a better representative of the government than the police? Police are walking bureaucrats who are implementing policy by the very actions that they take. In its basic form, when a police officer shoots an unarmed person and kills them, they have in fact instituted the death penalty without due process. Now I know that sounds kind of far-fetched, but that is exactly what it is. Now, because of that, that puts police on the good versus bad dichotomy in either case for African-American men. Now, there's an obvious disparity in the mindset of the tensions between African-American in general and the police. Police shootings of African-Americans are documented, well documented, and are constantly a source of social and political unrest in many communities. Basically, what I tell young people and what I'm telling you now is that there's 3 C's you need to comply with when dealing with police. One of them is to communicate effectively. The other one is to cooperate and clear yourself of the situation. As I said before, communicate, cooperate, and clear. What I used to do whenever I got pulled over, I used to stick both my hands out the window of the car so that they saw my hands. Now that's extensive, but that's how paranoid you become in fear based on what you see everywhere, constantly. Basically, you have to see yourself on the other side of the encounter. Well, police aren't all bad. I know some great ones. I had an uncle that was a cop. And matter of fact, he was my football coach when I was younger. And that's what we got to get back to, that level of interaction where police are more involved and more aware of their community. But it's not all bad. Believe it or not, there are some special steps that are being taken right now in different places to improve the situation we just talked about. And I'm going to share that with you right now is that Lincoln University in Missouri, which is the HBCU, there's two Lincolns, one's in Pennsylvania, but this one here is actually in Missouri. And what they've done there is they've set up a law enforcement program, certification program, specifically designed to reach African Americans and bring their interest into being police officers. This is huge. This is huge. I actually talked about this with this gentleman on my podcast, the Book of That Radio show. It's called, his name is Gary Hill. He's the chief of police at Lincoln University. Wow. What, I mean, you're talking about taking a step to try and meet a problem head on. The type of things that this guy is teaching people is de-escalation techniques, which is very important, and community involvement. I think community involvement is probably more important than anything for a police officer. There's a term I like to use called representative bureaucracy. And what that means is that people are being represented by themselves. I mean, it's the reason why you have a rainbow coalition in Congress. Well, policing is the one area that we really don't seem to have that representative bureaucracy, because you have a lot of people in neighborhoods policing folks who they don't know. If you don't know somebody, you won't understand them either. And that's the big problem. But as I said before, this program is great. It's taking that special step to make sure that we get that interaction and people learn more about policing. So, as I said before, this puts police on both sides of this dichotomy. They're good for us, but they're also bad because of some, the history speaks for itself. So basically where we're at this point now is we're talking about teams. We're talking about mentors coming together to guide the activities and actions of our young youth, our young men. Now, let's talk a little bit about drugs. Oh my God. If you don't want to mess with the cops or have them after you, stay away from the drugs, the illegal ones. I mean, we have pharmacists who are legitimate and make good money. I mean, the drug industry is in the billions, so there's money to be made, but street pharmacy, on the other hand, is a problem because it creates addiction. It sets people up for trafficking. And there's entirely different rules for drugs on the street. We talked about gangs and other things. I have a young cousin who was killed because she had something that belonged to somebody, and she either didn't give it back to him or didn't pay for it to him. And this individual killed her instantly. And she thought that this guy was a friend. Now, here's a problem with it, though, is that it never really was proven who did it, or he wasn't ever really brought to justice, but everybody knew who it was. But the other characteristics of why you shouldn't deal with drugs are obvious. The risk of life involved with it. These days, they got so much designer stuff out there that if you take one puff or swallow one pill, you could be dead. Simple. We have to get out there and mentor our young folks and keep them away from these drugs, the addiction. Don't traffic it. And keep them away from the street rules, because it's totally different. And community destruction just goes without saying. I mean, inner city America has been decimated by drugs. I mean, where I grew up, I can't even walk down the street in some of the places where I'm from. All the shops and stores are chained up and glass all over the place. You can't even walk in the door, but that's the community implication for it. Okay, so now we're at this point where we're talking about what we need to do to fix the problem. We're talking about the tools that we just provided you to make these things work. Now, a lot of this stuff is local, but there have been some national initiatives that come about that have people really go out and try to reach this demographic and try to stop this self-destruction that we're dealing with. One guy in mind for me that comes to mind is Tony Dungy. Tony Dungy, if you're a football plant fan, you know who he is. One of the great coaches and one of the great personalities, if you will, in professional sports. He was the first African-American to win the Super Bowl as a head coach. But the thing that's significant about Tony is that his son committed suicide. Now, I don't know about you, but motivation for just about anything seems to would have to severely wane if that was to happen. I see these kind of things and I realize that, you know, we have to take the special steps and realize, and I say all that to say that Tony has instituted, and he's a public speaker. He's done a lot of different programs specifically designed to reach African-American youth. And this picture here is just a coaching book that he has. Because again, it ties back into what I was talking about before sports, getting people to do things together, being a part of something. Well, Kappa Alpha Psi, as I said before, is the greatest fraternity on earth because I just happen to be a member of them. But seriously, we have the Guide Right program. And I know all of the other fraternal organizations that are out there have similar programs. We need to bring those up to light. People need to see a whole lot more of them on a different level. And then, of course, the great former President Barack Obama and his initiative. But Barack was he was so far ahead of his time, in my opinion, because he knew how to reach everybody, you know. But let me just quote him here on what he said here, stating the obvious. I didn't have a dad in the house, and I was angry about it. Even though I didn't necessarily realize it at the time, I made bad choices. I got high without always thinking about the harm it could do. I didn't always take school seriously as I should have. I made excuses. Sometimes I sold myself short. Wow. In that statement is what I saw was a problem with my son. I wasn't around. He had followed and got into the wrong mentors. He started seeing the wrong people as mentors. And when you do that, misery loves company and things come together and it gets worse. But anyway, long story short, this initiative was Barack's $200 million 5-year My Brother's Keeper to help Black youth. And he was stoked or pegged to do that, if you will, by the infamous Trayvon Martin situation. Okay, so we're talking about national initiatives, and there's a lot of different things we can do. Me personally, this workshop is what I'm doing to get you to understand that we need mentors. We need people to come together as teams, and we need to make concerted efforts to reach this population. We can't turn our back on them no more. Hence, I came up with this acronym. It's Team Mentoring, which is the name of the course, workshop. But together, establishing an affirmative mantra to minimize efforts and negative tactics organized regularly in opposition to the Negro male group. Wow. And I don't want to sound like I'm prejudiced or I'm isolating one particular group, because what we're talking about here can help everybody. But at this particular point, I want you to focus in on us rescuing this perceived extinct population. So let's go over some sources real quick. Where I got this information, how do I know this? The urgency of now is a Barack Obama thing. This Black Chicago is a document that really talks about a lot of these issues that the African-American male faces. And something that Jimmy Carter said some time ago was that African-American men are 5 times as many Black men in prison than when he left office some time ago. So basically what he's saying is an escalation of prison population for African-Americans while he was in office. Some other places that provide good data is the Brookings Institute in Raleigh Bright. Beth Osborne is who I got a lot of the information surrounding teams about. Okay, so now we've gone through all this. I've talked to you about what you need to do, how you can become a mentor, get teams integrated, team dynamics and all that stuff. So now what I want from you is a commitment. I want your commitment to go in there and fix things with our young youth, with our Black men. So here's the oath. It says, I take this oath with the goal of becoming the best mentor and mentee I can. I pledge to remain humble, open-minded, and to honor the legacy of the mentors and mentees who have come before me by paying it forward in the same communicative tradition. I recognize my duty to adapt to the dynamic landscape of social interaction and to the tremendous growth in community peace. I pledge to help everyone entrusted to my care to the best of my ability, in line with the founding principles of Team Mentoring Initiative. I recognize that my treatment of contemporaries, peers, assignees, and general public should not only reflect my general knowledge, but also the art of respect and dignity suitable for a well-groomed gentleman. I need your signature. I need your commitment. Here it is. So we're at the end of this thing here. A couple of things going back. I'm going to briefly go over what I talked to you about. I stated the problem. The problem was pretty obvious. We're in lockout mode. I presented you two different data sets statistically that really were no changes to, but I also added a caveat in there surrounding COVID as to why things aren't the same, but they don't seem to be getting any better anyway. So we talked about the team approach, and I talked about how mentoring and teaming together will fix the problem of working with our young youth. We identified two groups and two things that people should do or deal with or who they shouldn't. And ironically and perplexingly, police are in the middle of that for African-American men. They're in the middle of it right now. We discussed some some national initiatives about Barack Obama. We talked about Tony Dungy and of course my acronym and this workshop that we're doing. We took the pledge, okay? So, as I said before, I am a podcast host. I talk to people about these very things all the time on my podcast, the Book of Dad radio show. And I've written a couple of books, the Book of Dad Quotes for a Lifetime of Wisdom and the Book of Dad 2, More Quotes and Antidotes for a Lifetime of Wisdom. I provide a lot of stuff to you and have provided a lot of stuff to you today to assist with mentoring our young folks. Now, let's circle back to my son. I am at the point where I'm tears in my eyes. He's got tears in his eyes. We're very upset. And some of the things that have happened, I'm sure you would be too, trying to get a handle on what's going on in your family and your life. But we both looked at each other, and when I saw that emotion in his face, he saw the emotion in mine. One thing we realized was that we both felt the same way, but we definitely love each other. And violence between us was not an option. So what did I do? I became his mentor. I reached out to him. I met him where he was. The tools in this workshop will allow you to do the same thing. I'm Dr. Robert Benson. I hope you enjoyed this presentation. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I am here with Mary L. Beal. Mary, tell us a little bit about what you do.
What I do is I assist families. I assist families in two areas. I also assist individuals and nonprofits. But my main services include health and wellness advocacy and estate planning. And the reason I got involved in those, they affect all families, whether they know it or not. So I can touch basically everybody in the family through both of those services.
Awesome. So with those two services, in just any entrepreneurial journey, you got to have some things that come up. So what has been your biggest obstacle to overcome in your entrepreneurial journey?
My biggest obstacle is people maintaining schedules, maintaining appointments, and doing follow-up. That has been my biggest headache because in order to assist, you need information. And if people do not share that information in a timely manner, it makes it difficult to assist them.
And how have you overcome those obstacles?
by joining SuccessFest and getting some tips is one thing that's helping me. And having a system, The other way I received some help
is by soliciting the help of others to help me do some of the mundane tasks so that I can spend more time with the customers.
Awesome, awesome. And so for those you serve, why did you choose to help others become successful? Why did you choose these areas?
I chose these areas because, see, I had retired. I had one career, and retiring and having a lot of time and a lot of work experience, a lot of life experience, a lot of mentoring, because I got mentoring at an early age, not just from my mother, but from outside of the home. So I had different views. So I could share a lot of different viewpoints with individuals. And because being a member of a large extended family, I had knowledge and skills that I had not tapped into. So, and I was able to bring them out, share them with others, and to help them grow and empower different people to achieve success in various areas.
Awesome, awesome. So as you help people, what is your biggest hope for those that you're called to serve?
My biggest hope for them is to, first of all, empower themselves. You see, I've had a great life, and I want to share that great life with others and say, I'm not any different from you. I just had some different mentors in my path, and I want to be that for you.
Awesome. So in doing that and sharing that and sharing your story and sharing that desire, how do you plan on making the world a better place and making people's lives better?
Well, I've already had some experience in that, and I thank the Holy Spirit for guiding me. Because, see, I've worked on 4 continents. I've lived on 3. So it is through that experience and the wisdom from elders that I have gained a lot of knowledge, a lot of compassion, so that I can be compassionate with people who have been less fortunate than me, because I understand, being from a large family, that you must share. And so I can share that and do not have any regret whatsoever. I was caregiver for my mother, who lived to be 101. And I was also caregiver for a friend who just transitioned in May of this year, who lived to be 109. So with that experience, I want to just share with others.
Awesome. So as we get ready to end this interview, what are 3 words that have helped you that you can tell the audience that will be able to help them? Just 3 words.
3 words. Do not discount family. There's a lot of wealth in families.
Awesome. Thank you, Mary L. Beal, for all your wisdom and all your sharing. And I wish you great success in SuccessFest and everything and everyone's life that you impact. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much for having me.
Greetings. Hello, how are you? And I'm so glad to see you here today. I'm going to share with you something about the oldest organization in the world. You probably know it. You're probably a member of it. And I know you're a member of it, as a matter of fact, because I am a member of it. That is the family. I'm talking about reuniting families and restoring family values. This is a topic that has surfaced throughout the states, throughout each community, is that the breakdown on the family. Why is that? And what can we do to reunite the family and restore family values? That's what we're here for today. I am from a large extended family. And as such, I have learned a lot. As a matter of fact, because I've learned a lot, I have been elected as the family historian. And as a family historian, you hear all types of tales about family members, about discipline, about education, about careers. There's a whole host of knowledge you can gain by being a family historian. You know about birth, you know about death, you know about graduations, you know about military service. You just know so much about family history and various branches of the family. So with that, I'm going to share a short story with you. My mother was born to a large family, and so was my father. When they merged, we had a large extended family. So there's always a tale of surrounding a holiday. And the story is one of my uncles decided to play a trick on my mother and scare her. And my mother was a fierce person. She was not to be intimidated. But this particular time, her guards was off. And my uncle showed up at the door in some kind of outfit, and it scared the lights out of her. But the story is, from that, there was a long-lasting relationship developed. So you can't just take one thing that a family member does and become angry for life. So that's what I want to talk about, reuniting families. Daily, I hear of instances where family members have not spoken for sometimes years, sometimes decades, because of something that was said or something that was done, and there have not been forgiveness. So before I go into my 5 steps to reuniting family and restoring family values, I want to tell you a little bit about me. You see, I am one of 10 children. I'm the 7th born. And as the 7th born, you got it from the younger ones, and you got it from the older ones, you got it from your parents. So it makes you resilient in a lot of areas. So I'm thankful for that. But also as the 7th born, my parents had an opportunity to get a lot of experience in raising children. So by the time I came along, they were expert almost at raising children. So I got the benefit of that. I got the benefit of the encouragement. I got the benefit of the discipline. I got the benefit of just having siblings to share with and form relationships with. So this is what I want to talk about, is what separates us, because there are divided families. And as such, we need to have a course on how to reunite families. And let's look at a couple of things. I'm just say 5. Sharing. One of the things that we found in our family, and we have family history over 200 years. But what we found is that because our parents, our grandparents, and ancestors shared our history with us, it made us feel included. It made us feel special. So it gave us that sense of confidence. I also have the opposite side. I have 2 friends. I have more than 2 friends, but I have 2 friends who adopted children. And they decided not to share information about the children's biological parents. This caused friction in the family. When the children turned around 19 years of age, they found out on their own and became angry and distrustful of their adopted parents. So you see, there is some value in sharing information. As children become mature enough to understand, it's okay to share some unsavory family history or something that may be looked upon as shameful. But it's important because children want to know, where did I come from? And so be honest with them. Sharing information about various aspects of the family will cause unity in the family. I remember my mother would share with us that about being poor. She said, it's not a sin and a shame to be poor. It's an inconvenience. So look on being poor as an inconvenience, not as something to be ashamed of. Another thing that she was very strict about, and that was communication. Mother always taught us that you could not call someone out of their names. You could not speak derogatory words to them. You could not, by any means, use curse words, as we say, vulgarity. You had to speak in a loving tone to not only your family members, but to your neighbors and friends. Another thing that we were taught is that we worked together. We played together. We worshiped together. We dined together. We had at least 2 meals together. And at the dinner table or the breakfast table, there were all types of discussion, sometimes about finances, sometimes about work, many times about education. So as you can see, once the family is united in the areas that I just mentioned, there is unity. Another, and this I believe is the 5th one that I'm going to share with you, enjoy getting together with family. Family is part, as Mother said, God gave us family, and there's nothing we can do about it. So we just have to learn to work out, reconcile, forgive, and move on. So, in summary, the family, as we have seen it in recent days, according to the newspaper, there is turmoil. Mothers killing children, father killing children, father killing the wife, wife killing husband. So we have to take an aggressive stand and recapture and reclaim our family. So that's what this is about. And we have a workshop coming up on some detailed information on how to accomplish that. One of the things that we will be talking about, what happens after reunification. So it's not an easy process, because when you have been angry or you have distrusted someone for 10 or more years, you have allowed what Mother used to tell us, don't go to bed angry, don't sleep with wrath. So you allowed that to build up and fester. So one of the things, as I said, we must learn how to love on family, to forgive family, and to move on. Thank you for listening to my talk on the oldest organization, and join me in the workshop on reuniting families and restoring family values. Welcome to the workshop on reuniting families and restoring family values. I'd like to share with you a little information here as an introduction. Today, I will share some vital information on the oldest perpetual organization on planet Earth. One common thread we all have is membership in this organization. We may all have different levels of knowledge about this organization and its members. However, this does not cancel our membership, because membership is passed down from generation to generation. Therefore, before I begin sharing specific information on this topic, I request input from 3 to 5 members of the audience on what they expect to learn today about the oldest perpetual organization on planet Earth. I'll share with you from this perspective. The oldest organization starts with Adam and Eve, according to the Bible. But within our own organization, it starts with our parents who gave birth to us, then their parents. So it goes on and on, great grandparents, great. So for generations. So if you look at this chart, just imagine this chart multiple times going the opposite direction, and you will go back to the oldest family member recorded. Now, that's a problem for many of us because of migration, slavery, incarceration, just wanderlust. So there's a reason why some of us may not know our grandparents and great-grandparents. Even some of us don't know our parents because of adoption, because of death of a family member, and kids were separated. So there are a number of reasons. There are 4 challenges for the oldest organization. Smaller families or no descendants, single parents, highly mobile descendants. In other words, at one time in Africa, you had a group of tribes that followed the season with their cattle, with their animals. So they did not stay in one place. They were called nomads. And there are some nomadic type people here today. I have been accused of being one of them. Their separation or challenges because of personal views and practices, and that impact on reproduction. In other words, abortion. There are other things that impact on the family. And they're the formation of nuclear families. In other words, multiple families come together as one. So we have a lot of challenges in this oldest organization. About your speaker, me, I consider myself a young senior citizen and an old baby boomer. And there are some characteristics of this generation of baby boomers. That was the first generations to live with a lot of affluence, live with TV, and it's one where there's been a generation gap. So as an old baby boomer, I have seen a lot, I have learned a lot, and also I was able to interact with centenarians that were born in the 1800s, because several of my mother's older sisters were born in the 1800s. My mother was born in 1910, so she was one of the younger ones. So I had a lot of interaction with the older generation. And with that, I was able to get a lot of information about the family, not only my mother's family, but when she moved to my father's family, I received information on them as well. Am I from a normal family? In the Sunday school lesson several weeks ago, I learned that normal is a misnomer for all families. This is all families are dysfunctional in one way or another. Dysfunction validates the need for family leadership. I did not grow up in a dysfunctional family. Although my father died when I was 16, my mother, who shared the family leadership role during my father's lifetime, continued until she reached the age of 101. She said, you never stop being a parent as long as you live. So she continued to be that encourager, that motivator, and that leader of the family. And with that, longevity brings about continuity, consistency, and maintaining family unity and family value. My mother always told us when she was a child and turned 12 years old, her great-grandmother was 112. So that is where the longevity comes in. So families with longevity has a better chance of maintaining family unity and passing down family values. As I told you earlier, I am the 7th child born to my mother and father. Another thing about A supportive family is it's a protective family. Your grandparents, your neighbors, your uncles, your aunt, older siblings, they all assist with educating the younger children. We also got educated in church, school, and in the home. As we ate together as family, we played together. I remember when I was about 4 years old, my father taught all of us who were in school how to play dominoes. It's a game I still love to play today at the age of 76. A protective family also shares the work. So that's hard work in keeping a family together. You have to make sacrifices. You have to share. So you get hand-me-down clothes if unless you outgrow the other siblings. But all in all, families are important. And then there are such things like global travel and work experience. I was one of the ones who had a nomadic spirit. So I've lived on 4 continents, but even there, I were able to meet families and become part of local families, and I cannot forget them. So we have what we call adopted families. We also have people in our family who we have adopted. So career and work experience is another reason that people separate or families separate. And if it's not a strong and united family, that may continue indefinite, that separation due to career and work experience. But these are some of the areas where you can find information on families. There are a number of nonprofits that work on trying to reunite families and restore family value. Family Connections is one of them. And then you got families, military. The military family is another unique group of people because sometimes there are deployments which separate them. Sometimes the family can accompany them on deployments. Other times they may not. But it takes strong family to overcome the separation. Let's look at dysfunctional families, not functioning normally. Usually the characteristics here is that here are the lack prayer and spirituality. They are missing the head. There's no leader to guide them. The head is not leading, which is the opposite. You have a head, but they are not leading. You'll see in some families where parents have devoted to older children to act in the capacity as a parent. And then there is no clear leadership. That causes lack of unity. And then there are situations where families do not function properly. Dysgenics means that it exerts a detrimental effect on subsequent generations. And then what happens there is you have a lack of moral foundation, lack of communication. And we know a lack of communication causes confusion, causes abuse, mental, physical, spiritual, sometimes psychological abuse in the family. These are some of the detrimental effects. Absence of wisdom. The grandparents in Florida are in nursing home. These are the things that we're seeing today. They are not in the area where the children are being raised. Children were raised on TV and electronic games without guidance. There's limited interaction with mature, responsible adults. Youth attain life guidance from peers. There's too much emphasis on materialistic values. And sometimes that value, materialistic value, may not be in the form of a material item, but a process. In other words, there's more emphasis on sports than on education. There's more emphasis on entertainment than education. So there has to be a balance. Not sufficient attention, involvement in community events. In other words, building local relationships.
feeling a sense of community. Not enough family involvements. In other words, we used to have family game night. And when we were younger, we would have family outings to the parks. So there are several ways that family can get together to enjoy each other company. Show me the evidence. What are the evidence of dysfunctional family in today's world? Daily, there are reports of missing kids, child abuse, family violence and domestic violence, school shootings. If you go to the juvenile courts, the juvenile crime is on the rise. School suspensions are astronomical. And here I'll stop to tell you a story. When I retired and returned back to my hometown to take care of my mother, to be her caregiver, she was not invalid or anything. She still had a lot of spunk, but we didn't want her living alone. I had too much time, so I opened a business. And as I was looking out the window one day, I see these students, which were school-aged children, walking the street. So I called to them and said, why are you not in school? They said, we have been suspended. I said, what do you mean been suspended? Several of them said, we have been suspended for the rest of the year. I say, hi, so don't you have an alternative school? They said, no, ma'am. I said, come in. I said, I can't stand to see you walking the street. So we wrote up a small grant and we started to work with kids who had been suspended from school. And the school, what I learned is that those students, they were not unintelligent, they were very intelligent, but they were not challenged. So we don't have enough activity to challenge the juvenile. Then family court. This is another area where I got involved. One young lady that I was mentoring asked me to go to family court with her. And it was considered a case of child abandonment. And I was amazed that there was no one there to claim that child. However, a great aunt from Florida heard about it and came up and petitioned the court to become the custody of this child. There are child custody battles. We hear about them all the time. Some of the missing kids are the results of child custody from one or the other parent. So these are the evidence that the family today is in trouble. My passion for families. Personal interaction with family on 4 continents through travel and work experience reveals a diversity in points of views, a need for inclusion, an expectation of equitable treatment. That is the MyDie. Die is a mnemonic, which is a short way of reducing 3 words, in this case, 27 letters to 3 letters or 6 computer characters. Die. Oftentimes, especially in family situations, I have learned to die to self. In other words, I have learned to put self aside to maintain family unity. In other words, we can sometimes make sacrifices to better the overall good of the family. Then a mnemonic. By rearranging these same 3 letters in military jargon, they form an IED. What is an IED? A homemade bomb or destructive device to destroy, incapacitate, harass, or distract. Now, I added something here. I said, in the civilian world, I added that an IED is an inappropriate explosive disposition. Still carries some of the same things that an IED bomb, homemade bomb does. An inappropriate explosive disposition destroys relationship. Now, here are the 5 components of an IED. An initiator. Sometimes a parent may be the initiator with an inappropriate explosive disposition. How so? It's how we communicate. Sometimes we communicate with vile or derogatory language, even if it's a parent. That is initiating a certain type of behavior. A switch. This is not a switch that I got when I was a child, when I misbehaved. This is a switch in terms of something clicks within a person when they have been spoken to in a derogatory manner or a demeaning manner. The main charge is the heart, because you're thinking that your parents should not say such ugly or demeaning words to you as a child. So, or vice versa, a child saying it to a parent. So it could be a source, the power source. What caused that? Because we have certain expectations of children. We have certain expectations of parents. And that body contains those physical triggers that will pull someone's switch. And you heard that stated. He's flipped my switch. So these are components of an IED, inappropriate explosive disposition or improvised explosive device. IED or DIE in human relationship. IEDs are intentionally designed to be destructive. So are semi-automatic and automatic guns. Likewise, an AR-15s and AK-47s, they are war weapons. Are we producing human IEDs with these weapons? Practically all human interaction and relationship begin in the home amongst family members, natural, adopted, or fostered. I recall one of many poems found amongst my late mother's important papers. The poem, "Children Learn What They Live," shed light as to what could possibly create or produce an inappropriate explosive disposition, an IED, or a military-style improvised explosive device. Not surprised, IED ended. That's another part of the IED. Suicide, killing of oneself, bullying, discrimination, racism, abuse, bereavement, end of a relationship. Patricide, killing of one's father. Long-term abuse is a source of patricide. Matricide, killing of one's mother. Great turmoil between parent and child. Femicide, killing of girls or women. Current or former partners are noted for doing this. Filicide, killing of one's sons or daughter. Maltreatment. And here's the point. I analyzed this point. Children learn what they live. If children live with criticism, they learn to condemn. I label that as an IED. If children live with hostility, they learn to fight. That is also an IED. If children live with ridicule, they learn to be shy. If children live with shame, they learn to feel guilty. If children live with tolerance, they learn to be patient. If children live with encouragement, they learn confidence. If children live with praise, they learn to appreciate. If children live with fairness, they learn justice. If children live with security, they learn to have faith. If children live with approval, they learn to like themselves. And if children live with acceptance and friendship, they learn to find love in the world. And as you notice, each of these clauses I have identified as an IED or a DIE. Now, if the DIE does not take place, the reverse could happen and become an IED. Or likewise, if an IED is listed and the reverse takes place, you have a better chance of becoming a DIE, that you have diversity, you have inclusion, and you have equity amongst children. Then I said to myself, let me do a self-examination. Ready for self-questioning? Do I consistently demonstrate criticism of myself and others? Do I frequently exhibit hostility towards myself and others, and especially family members? Do I constantly ridicule myself and others, especially family members? Am I living in shame, whatever I consider shame to be, or whatever you consider shame to be? Do you consistently participate in family reunions, family gatherings, any opportunity to share with families on a positive note? Here is my call to action so that we may change this scenario. Don't let our children become collateral damage. Join me in the movement to reunite families and restore family values.
Everybody, this is Dr. Darren Robinson, and I'm happy to be at SuccessFest 23 with Sheba Simpson Amsterdam. Sheba, come up on here and introduce yourself to everybody. Let everybody know who you are, where you're from, and what do you do.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sheba Simpson Amsterdam, and I'm from New York, New York. And I am an educator by day and a CEO of I'm on Assignment, Inc., which is also located in New York. And my nonprofit organization empowers marginalized communities through advocacy, financial literacy, education, as well as social justice.
Oh man, you got a lot going on. Busy, busy woman. And I guess you're from New York, New York, you know, the city that never sleeps. So it only makes sense. So here we go. Yep. My first question for you is, what has been your biggest obstacle you had to overcome?
Professional and political sabotage. I've always been a person that served my community. As I stated, I'm an educator. I've known from a very young age that I connect to people. I have great interpersonal skills, and that has led me to want to serve in a political field. I ran for city council recently, actually in 2021, and it opened my eyes to a world that I had never thought people would be so vicious. However, it didn't stop me, it didn't deter me, because I'm on assignment and I know my purpose is to serve, and that's what I continue to do.
Wow, love it. So here's my question then, is why do you choose to help others become successful?
I think that we're all on assignment. We have roles that we have to play. I'm running my race to pass the baton on to other people, and I have something within myself that I have to give others so that they can run their race and be successful, because we're all part of the greater society. And until we're all in our ordained positions, then our society can't move forward in a positive and progressive way.
And that makes total sense. Because now I know when people are called to serve people, they have a certain hope that they have, right? Because they have a reason why they're doing this. My question to you is then, what is your biggest hope and passing the baton to the next person?
My hope is that anyone that I come in contact with realizes that they have everything they need within themselves to be successful. They have everything that they need within themselves to change their community. They have everything within themselves to change their city. And then we all together have within ourselves ways to change our society through education, through healthcare, through housing, through financing.
Nice. Got you. And the thing is, because everybody else see like, okay, so she has a plan, right? So how do you plan on doing that?
Again, through my nonprofit, through educating young people, by educating older people, going out there and being part of causes that I lend my voice to, animal rights, breast cancer, cancer in general, and just causes that really help people in a way that proves to them that together we can create a positive and hopeful world instead of what we've been seeing recently.
I am with you on that. And ladies and gentlemen, you heard it from her. You know, you heard why she want to help people be successful. You heard her plan. So with that being said, bring us to the stage, talking about I am on assignment and so are you, is Sheba Simpson, Amsterdam.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Sheba Simpson, Amsterdam. I'm so happy that you chose to spend this time with me. I want you to know that each of us is born with a unique and innate talents to complete our earthly assignments and to make positive change in society. For me, it took me a long time to understand what an earthly assignment was. I thought growing up in poverty, you go up, you get educated, you get a job, you make sure that your family is taken care of, and you make sure that you do right by others so that you could have a quality of life. But so many times as I went through life, I was scared, confused, angry, because I felt that I was doing everything right and I still kept hitting the wall. Many times I would choose professions just so I could maintain food on the table, pay my bills, make sure that my children were safe. And again, I felt like I was going around and around on a hamster wheel. Silently within my soul, I felt empty. And as a spiritual person, I couldn't understand why I felt empty. Again, I went back to my childhood and I kept hearing my mother's voice telling me, you better get an education. You better make something of yourself. You better do some good in this world. But she never explained to me what doing good in this world meant other than getting an education, going to school, teaching my children to be good people. And again, I kept hitting this wall. Then I saw other people living lives that was glamorous, and I wanted that life. But I knew the jobs that I had, I couldn't be a glamour girl. I wanted the glamour. I wanted the lights. I wanted the shiny new cars, and I wanted to go on the trips.
But again, something inside of me just wouldn't let me be the status quo. Something kept saying to me, you're not doing what I told you to do. And every time you don't, something's going to happen. I'm not sure if you or someone you know has experienced these thoughts. But I'm here again to tell you that each of us are born with unique and innate talents to complete our earthly assignments and make positive change in our society. How do I know that? Because finally I got the message. And I realized that my earthly assignment is to be of service to others. For over 20 something years now, I have been an educator, but a mother first and a teacher first to my children. I've served my community. I've done what I need to do when it comes to voting. And I finally found my niche. I finally found that I have this unique ability to connect to people. And so here I am today, about to share some tips that you may use to help you find your earthly purpose. Again, I'm Sheba Simpson, and we are all on assignment. Discovering your assignment, how to find the talents that you possess naturally to change the world. The first tip I have for you is to pay attention to what you're good at. If there is something you are always praised for, chances are it's one of your skills or talents. Are you a great cook? Are you a great mathematician? Are you able to connect to people? Are you someone that when you walk into a room, people want to know who you are? People listen to you? If that is so, then you definitely have that talent and you need to build upon it. My second tip, ask other people. Sometimes other people see our skills and talents more clearly than we see ourselves. So if you're not sure of what yours are, ask a friend, someone you respect, because we all know we have those haters, or ask a family member for their opinion. Those who want to see you successful will always come to your aid. They will give you what you may not give yourself. I know it was true for me. People always tell me, how are you able to say certain things to people without them being angry? How are you able to connect people who would ordinarily not speak to one another? And my response is, it's just who I am. Because again, we're all on assignment, and I am on assignment to connect other people. I call myself the connector because when I see two people who have talent that sometimes they recognize and sometimes they don't, and when I put them together, something magical happens. So stick with me and listen to these other two tips, and let's see if by the end of this presentation, you know your assignment. I apologize. Stick with me. Think about things that make you happy. Even in my mistakes, just like I did just now, I know that I'm on assignment. So, what are the activities that make you lose track of time? These are likely the things you're most talented at. Are you a big advocate for other people who sometimes don't use their voice when wrong has been done to them? Make sure that when you're advocating, that is something that you're also doing for yourself. Don't be afraid to try new things. You never know what skills or talents you may discover you possess until you step out of your comfort zone and try something new. When I was trying to learn how to ride a bike as a child, I failed miserably and I gave up. And you know what? To this day, I still don't know how to ride a bike. So use me as an example. Don't be afraid to step out of your comfort zone and fail at something and keep trying until you get better at it. If these tips are something that has inspired you to want to seek out or to complete your earthly assignment, please reach out to me at www.imonassignmentinc.com. I again am Sheba Simpson Amsterdam. I'm the CEO and CFO of I'm on Assignment Inc., located in New York, New York. This is my information, and I look forward to connecting with you. And oh, by the way, if being of service to others is something that you want to do, you can also, when you peruse my website, hit the volunteer button, fill out that volunteer sheet. We're always looking for those who want to serve. I'm on assignment, and so are you. Is my upcoming book that will be sold on Amazon.com. Again, find your purpose, live in your truth, and fulfill your earthly assignment so you can pass the baton on to someone else so they can fulfill their assignment. Be blessed, and thank you for watching. I'm Sheba Simpson Amsterdam.
Hello, everybody. Dr. Dan Robinson here, and it's so great to be at SuccessFest with Tracy D. Armstrong. Tracy, come on and tell everybody a little bit about yourself, where you're from, and what do you do?
Hello, everyone. I am Tracy D. Armstrong, born and raised in Houston, Texas, coming to you from Channelview, Texas, and I am an educator, coach, and motivator.
Nice. You know, Houston's one of my favorite cities. I was just there a couple weeks ago, matter of fact, actually beginning of this month. So great to have you here. First question I have for you. What has been the biggest obstacle you had to overcome?
Well, my biggest obstacle in my life has been overcoming my perspective of myself. I would always judge myself, think that I wasn't good enough. I was raised by a single mom, and so she really, really pushed me to be the best. But with that being said, she never really told me, good job or I'm proud of you. So as I went throughout life, I never really thought that I was good enough at anything that I was doing. So I would doubt myself. I would doubt my dreams. I wouldn't press through until I finally realized that it was me versus me. So that was my biggest obstacle.
Oh man, that is very, very deep. And I'm guessing because you went through that yourself and had to overcome it, this is why you chose to be successful. So can you speak on why did you choose to be successful or help other people be successful?
That is exactly why I choose to help other people become successful, because my purpose in life is to have a positive impact on other people's lives and to help them see past what they see. And with some people, they only see doom and gloom every day, all the time. And so I want them to see further, see that there's more to life than what they see. Because as an educator, I see that a lot with my students. And so when they succeed, I succeed. And it brings me joy to see them overcome those obstacles that hold them back also, like I did.
Nice, nice. And then once you do all of that, what's your biggest hope for them once they see what they see for themselves?
So my biggest hope in everything that I do, every time that I speak, every message that I put out there, I want my words to inspire hope in people, ignite a fire under them. I want to influence people to change the way that they think. And so I hope to transform minds so that those minds will transform their lives. That is my biggest hope, because when you transform your life, it makes life much more successful.
And you're right about that. You are right about, but before you do anything in life, your mindset has to be set first. So guys, she has so many gems she got to drop, right? This is just a little teaser for you. So stay tuned, because coming to the stage is Tracy D. Armstrong with You versus You. Stop stopping you from your own success.
You versus you. And your success is dependent on your perspective of yourself. So stay broke if you want to. That's up to you. Or live a successful life full of prosperity, thriving and flourishing in everything you desire, because that's up to you too. Your perspective is so powerful that it will propel your life to another level, or it will imprison your life to never excel. Now, if you are someone that allows your past to dictate your future and you are ready to stop stopping your own success, then this message is for you. And it starts with how you view yourself. Now, if you desire to live life and not just exist, you must learn how to check, change, and control your perspective of yourself. Today, we're going to walk through some of the ways that I have learned to control my perspective. I use what's called the 5 W's and the 1 H. Now, understand, I was a writing teacher for a few years, so we use this in class to get a better understanding of what we were doing. And if you use this in your life, it will help you get a better understanding too. Now, the first W is the who. Who controls your perspective? You do. Who controls your success? You do too. And I had to realize this for my life. I had to realize that everything that I wanted started with me going after it and not letting the way I viewed myself stop me. When one of my students said, "Hey, Miss, you should start a podcast," I said, "A podcast?" I had no idea what a podcast was, how a podcast was supposed to be started. I doubted myself. I felt like, who's going to listen to me? What am I really going to say? What are you going to do? I was unknowledgeable of anything that I needed to do. But guess what? Sometimes you have to shut up all of those thoughts in your brain that make you believe that you are less than. And that's what I did. I shut up those thoughts and I started learning about podcasting. I started getting into classes to know exactly what I was doing. And guess what? I started my What's Your Mess podcast earlier this year. But you got to remember, you must know that you have the power to control your perspective of your life. The next W is the what. Get an understanding of what is your perspective of yourself. If you really think about it, do you constantly criticize yourself? Do you frequently compare yourself to others and think less of yourself because you're not on the same level as someone else? Now, I completely understand because I did the same thing for far too long. When I started my all-star cheer and tumbling business, I would constantly put my little gym and my raggedy business down. I would look at the buildings down the street and the other companies and say, man, I wish I had what they had. And it wasn't until one day one of my parents came and said, hey, you are doing an amazing job and you bring a lot of value to my child. This is when I started to realize it wasn't about the size of the building, but the value that I added to my athletes' lives. Sometimes outside people must show you your value before you can see it for yourself. Now, I can tell you how worthy and deserving you are of being successful, but until you perceive it for yourself, your life will never change. So stop stopping your success. And then I reflect on the next W, which is the win. When does my perspective hinder my success? Understanding when your success is hindered by your perspective will tell you when to change your perspective. Now, when you don't do what you know you're supposed to do in order to live a successful life because you underestimate your abilities, then your perspective is hindering your success. When you look at others and you compare yourself to them and you think that you can never be as great or as grand, then your success is being hindered by your perspective. Think about it. What thoughts are stopping you from pursuing your dreams, your visions, and your goals? Because I thought about it and I thought about what was stopping me, and I asked myself the next question: where? Where did this perspective come from? And realizing where it comes from will help you know how to change it. Your perspective of yourself came from somewhere. The way you viewed life from previous experiences and the way it's developed over years. Have you been defeated, overlooked, or misjudged for so many years that you view life from that one perspective of failure? Some of your perspectives and the way you view yourself come from something that someone said to you years ago, and it still sticks in your mind. Now, your perspective of yourself won't get unstuck until you remove those thoughts from your mind. And then the last W is the why. Why is the perspective so important? Your perspective of yourself is so important because it will dictate what you're willing to do and what you're not willing to do. Because if you don't even believe you can do it, you're not even going to try. Therefore, it determines your fate, your finances, and your future success. Now, the H. How do you control your perspective? It all starts right here in your brain with controlling your thoughts. Your thoughts about your past can control your future because it's like you're playing tug of war with your past. You're trying to move forward towards a brighter future, and your past keeps pulling you back into the darkness that you've already escaped. The thoughts that keep telling you you're not good enough. Remember where you came from? Those are the thoughts that you need to recognize and you need to control them. And when they start to rise up, cut the rope. Cut the rope of those thoughts that keep you from moving towards your success. Next, you must control your tongue. Watch what you say about yourself because the words that you say are so powerful. And some of your perspectives are built on what you said or what someone has said to you. You must speak what you desire and expect to achieve it. If you don't want lack, stop speaking lack over your life. And if you want to be successful, start speaking words that line up with what you want. And then next, controlling your team. TEAM. The team you have in your life are the people that you surround yourself with. And it's so important to control who you have and who you allow in your circle, because they will either have a positive impact or a negative impact on your life. You may have to cut some of those people off from your team, especially those that want to keep reminding you of who you used to be. You need to surround yourself with a team of people who will have your best interest in mind, and a team who will be supportive of you as you move towards your success. Now, I know I've laid out a lot, but I leave you with these actionable steps. Always remember to self-reflect on your perspective for any situations that you face. Recognize who is in control. That's you. Understand what perspective you have. Know when you need to change it. Realize where does that perspective come from and why it's important to change it. Remember how to change it. Control your thoughts, control your tongue, and control your team. If you do these things, you can stop fighting yourself and get out of your own way for a successful life. Remember, it's you versus you. So stop stopping your success. And if anything that I've said today has been beneficial to your life and you want to get some more motivational moments, remember, I'm Tracy D. Armstrong. You can find me on YouTube and on all social media platforms. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Andrea Dotson, affectionately known as Lady Felicia. I am a life coach, certified, and a certified Christian counselor. As you heard, I'm a helper. I'm always helping everyone else. I'm a fixer, and I get paid to do it most times. This makes me driven, determined, and purposed to do my best and be the best and give my best to those I'm called to serve. It takes over me and envelops me when I do it. I oftentimes call self-amnesia, when I forget all about me. How many have been in that situation where you forget all about you? I get so caught and so focused on helping others at times that I forget about me. It's so much so that it is what wet is to water. It's my breath helping people. It's ingrained in me, and it brings me joy to see the results that others get when I'm able to assist them in life. When others are empowered, equipped, and ejected from this thing that holds them back to that thing that makes them free, it makes me know that is what I am made to do. It rewards me to see people's success and triumphs. But in my helping, sharing, doing, caring, and creating spaces and opportunities for others to be great, oftentimes I've lost myself. I get more involved, inundated, enamored with the success of others that I forget about me. I bury me in helping others at times. And then sometimes I don't even know that I'm lost until I'm awakened with the question of, how did I get here? I know there's more. Why am I here? Who am I now? And how do I get back to the true and authentic me? What I found is that it's dangerous to lose you while doing what you are called and purposed to do in life. But it's important to remember that we have purpose and that we are the vessel being used by God, and yet we must be properly cared for in order to be an effective, viable help to others. We must love on ourselves, and that is part of our success in life. Loving ourselves, it is a path that we all must take. Because if we're not good, if I'm not good, if I'm depleted, if I'm run down and I'm burned out, what I'm offering, gifting, pouring won't be good, effective, or usable to anyone else. So I have to stop, sit, search, and then evaluate and determine what is needed for this vessel to forge forward and determine where exactly it is that I need to be and what I need to do next to take care of me, to love on me, to replenish, refresh, and be restored through loving on myself. This in turn will produce the discipline, the routine, the care that I need to get back to serving and helping others from a pure place. I have to get proper rest. I have to eat well, be nurtured, feed my mind, body, soul, and spirit in a healthy and holistic way. So I can bring my best to give you the best so that you can become the best of you. What I give comes from me, but I have to love on me. If I don't love on me in the midst of taking care of myself and helping others and serving, then I become depleted. It's like a car that runs out of gas. It can only run on E for so long before it breaks down. We too, as people, must make sure that we don't run on fumes, we don't burn out, and we are taking care of ourselves. Self-love, because it is a component to becoming successful, it is highly important that we do it. It is not selfish to take care of you. It is not selfish to love on you. It is not selfish to make sure that you get what you need to be refilled, replenished, restored, and revived. When starting to love on you, what that looks like at times is making sure that you have peace, that you have joy, that you're getting rest, you're well-rounded, you laugh often, your core values are in order. And in short, making you a top priority to be taken care of. It is the place where you're on the plane and the flight attendant says, in the case of an emergency, the oxygen mask will fall first to you, and you have to put it on you, because if you're not here anymore, self-love is the oxygen mask that must go on you first. Because if you're not here and you're not well taken care of, then you can't breathe and you can't be alive to take care of the next person, to take care of your purpose, to walk in the calling wherewith you have been called to. For me, I need one day a week to care about me, to love on me, to make everything just about me. Sounds selfish? It's not. It is making sure that my very well-being is intact. When I'm not okay, I can't fully show up serve, and speak to the greatness in you from the greatness in me. Self-care should also produce and reproduce determination to continue the discipline of self-love. And that determination comes from within. It is the decision, a decision that you deserve love, you need love, and the self that you are is not quite satisfied with what you're getting right now. It's not quite satisfied with what it sees, wants, craves, and desires, and you want more. And guess what? You're entitled and you deserve more. How does that look for you? Determining how self-love looks for you is very important. Now that we know how self-love looks and what is the definition, it's time to show up for you. It's time to take you on a date. It's time to take you to dinner. It's time to go try something new just for you. For some, it looks like counseling and therapy to heal the past wounds. One of the components of authentic success is going through the process of healing so that you can love yourself. I've done it and I'll do it again at any given moment. Another component to having the success of self-love is making sure that you produce a discipline when it comes to self-love. How does that look, Lady Felicia? It looks like you creating a routine, a regimen, a schedule, yes, schedule time for you. And if you're a person who doesn't like being alone, consider spending time with God. Consider inviting a friend every now and then, whether it's weekly, monthly, or daily. 5 minutes a day, 10 minutes a day, 2 hours a week, or 10 hours a month. You're important enough and you deserve self-love, because the self-love that you give yourself today is going to determine the success that you see tomorrow as you pour from a full cup of love. Hello, everyone. I'm Coach Lady Felicia, your self-love coach. Today, we are talking about dead or alive. You can't be both. If you would, pinch yourself. A little bit harder. A little bit harder. You're alive. You felt that, right? Are you sure? You sure? Okay. Yes, you are. Well, you can't be alive and dead, and you can't be dead and alive at the same time. Listen, when you decide not to take care of you and love on you explicitly, when you neglect yourself, you begin to die slowly. Your true self begins to fade into the labels, into the titles of who you believe that you are. When we place others above ourselves, we are literally watching as we fade into the background. We watch as we become someone that we don't even know. A different person, a different self. It is as if you are seeing yourself laying on the floor, choking. And guess what? Serving others above yourself, helping others above yourself, is you stepping over your choking self and leaving you to die. Well, it's time out for that. It's time out for putting everybody else above ourselves. It's time out for allowing other things to come before our own well-being. It is time for us to live. It is time for us to love on ourselves. Now is the time to wake up and pay attention to what needs attention in us, for us, concerning us, and get back to our original self. Well, today, a few things we're going to talk about are the components of self-love, the definition of self-love, and some questions you can ask yourself to determine exactly what it is you want, need, or desire to love on yourself. Well, let's talk about the definition of self-love. According to the dictionary and what I looked up on Google, it says self-love is the regard for one's own well-being and happiness, a desired trait, Well, you don't have to desire it anymore. We're going to go after it. But my definition is this. It is the ability to choose oneself and well-being mentally, emotionally, financially, spiritually, and physically overall, so that then we can turn around and serve those that we love and give love to those that we serve. It's your choice. You can make it. You can choose to do CPR, which is self-love, on yourself, the Heimlich maneuver on yourself, which is self-love, to make sure that you are no longer laying in the middle of the floor, choking and dying. Listen, self-love is not arrogance. It's not conceited. It's not pride. But what I found that self-love really is, for me, it's humility in action. It is self-awareness, being aware of who I am, being aware of where I am, being aware of who's around me and how they impact me, how what they say or what they have to say or have said in even past times affects me or impacts me. It is self-reflection. It is looking at myself and seeing the growth in me, seeing the areas, the weaknesses in me that I desire to work on, that I need to work on, so that I can be a healthier me, a more whole me, be a better person, so that when I serve from that place of wholeness and healthiness. And not just that, but also from a place of purity, because I have integrity inside of that self-love. I have standards, I have morals, I have core values that I leave up and no one can penetrate or take me down from them. That is self-love. And also making sure that I'm accepting me in all my curves and all the blemishes and all the faults and failures that I have, knowing that all of those things make up the wonderfulness, the greatness of me. And you too can as well look and reflect and see who you are. Be self-aware and know that no one can stop you from loving you but you. Now, let's talk about 3 key components of self-love that makes you know and will identify if you need life support, if you need CPR, if you need a breathing treatment called self-love, or if you're alive and well and just need a discipline and regimen and a routine. All right. The first one is recognize that you have a need and what area you have a need for self-love. What do you mean? What I mean is there are times when I feel my peace is disrupted. So my self-love regimen is either take a ride, schedule a massage, or find a place where I can just sit and read a book, listen to music, and just be with me, center myself, align myself with God, align myself with peace, get back to a place of peace. So whatever area you need to reignite, refresh, replenish, or revive that self-love, recognize where it is, what it is, and how you can get back there. The next part is to rearrange your thoughts, because thoughts bring change, whether it's to the good or to the bad. So whatever you think of yourself, either you're killing yourself softly or you're encouraging yourself daily. So what does that look like? That looks like getting in the mirror and saying to yourself, you're beautiful, you're handsome, you're lovely. It looks like when the negative thoughts come from your childhood, from a relationship that says you're not good enough, you don't have enough, you'll never be enough. You cancel out those thoughts and you open your mouth and you speak something positive. You rearrange your thought process, and that comes with discipline, that comes with consistency, that comes with even you can, if you aren't confident enough yet to say it out loud, then at least write it. Grab a notepad, grab a recorder on your phone, grab something that you can transfer it from your heart to paper, from your heart to the computer, from your heart to the voice message. And if you record it on a voice message, you can always play it back. That way, until you get comfortable and confident, you're still speaking to yourself. So you can say, you can make it. You're okay. You're fine. You're great. You're the greatest you there will ever be. There will never be another like you. Rearrange your thoughts about yourself from negative to positive. Then number 3, a third key component is remembering to love on you in all you do. So whether you're at the grocery store, make sure that you're in a space and a place of positive thoughts. So if those thoughts are coming like, how can I afford this? Or what am I doing here? Or anything negative, even if you're passing by somebody, I've heard this many times as a counselor, they were looking at me as if, or they were laughing at me. You don't know that. So rearranging your thoughts and remembering to be in that space and place of self-love will help you remember to be about you in that moment and making sure that positivity stays around you, that peace stays around you. And loving you teaches others how to love you too. Now, the next part, there's 5 questions that I want you to ask yourself to determine your need for self-love. Yes, 5 questions. These aren't the only ones, but these are ones that I've asked myself quite often and gotten the answers to. And I use them whenever I'm feeling in that place of contention, strife, anxiety, or anything to the negative. Let's go into them. The first one is, are you happy? Are you happy? Do you need something to be happening for you to be happy? That's part B of number one. So part A is, are you happy? Part B is, do you need something happening to be happy? What I found about happiness is this: it's a choice. When I'm in a situation or a circumstance, I can either choose to succumb to the negativity that's going on at that particular time, or I can choose to do like the Word of God says, to think myself happy. Well, how would I do that? And someone's yelling and screaming at me. Well, I've done it. I've been standing before a person who's accusing me and maybe saying very foul language to me, but in my mind, I'm not taking in the trash that they're throwing out. But instead, in my mind, what I'm doing is I'm thinking about, you know what? They're hurt. They're in a place of pain, and I choose not to participate in bringing more hurt and more pain to them. So what I'm going to think about is, how can I help them? How can I be a blessing to them? Or I'm going to walk away. I'm going to be calm. I'm going to remain standing. I'm not going to go down, but I'm going to be up. And then I'm going to leave with what I came with, and that is my peace. So make sure that you don't always need something happening to be happy, because that place means that you want to be entertained. And we don't need to be entertained, but we need to be educated so that we can educate others. And that is another part of self-love. All right. Question 2. When you are done talking, doing, being, fulfilling, how do you feel? Does it make you feel like, oh, I want to do this again? Yes, yes, yes. That was so great. I love to see people blessed. Or was it taxing? Was it like, I don't want to do this no more? Why am I here? What am I doing? Look at what you're doing, why you're doing it, the place and posture that you're doing it from, and what has motivated or gotten you to that place to even do it. Are you serving from that place of gratitude, or are you serving from a place with an attitude? Gratitude or attitude? How do you feel when you're serving, when you're doing, when you're on assignment and you've done what you were asked or called to do? Even in conversation, when you're talking to someone and you're done talking to them, did that conversation make you feel a way or some kind of way, as they say? Or do you feel better? Do you feel relieved? Do you feel more peace? Did it add to you, or did it take away from you? Did it shift you from, yes, hello, how are you, to, oh my God, why did I even take that call? Those are components of loving on you. Sometimes you have to let the phone ring and not answer it. Sometimes you have to say, no, not today. Sometimes you have to say, I'm not in a place, I'm not in a posture to serve right now. So please excuse me. Thank you, but no thank you. Number 3. Now we're asking questions to determine your need for self-love. Okay. Number 3, how long has it been since you felt you were living the life you desired? How long has it been? Has it been days? Has it been weeks? Has it been months? Oh, God forbid, has it been years since it felt like you're living the life that you desire to live? Well, what does that look like, Lady Felicia? What it looks like is you're happy with waking up and doing what you get to do every day. You're happy with serving who you're called to serve when you're called to serve them. You don't have a problem with it. You're not trying to find a way to get out of it. You're not making up excuses or telling lies because you really don't want to do it. Versus, you know what? Remembering that you get to choose what you do with your life. You get to choose who you allow in your space and in your circle. You get to choose who you talk to on your phone that you pay the bill for. That is part of self-love. Do you need to exact some of that in your life? All right. Number 4, when was the last time you did something just for you, just to make you smile? It could have been buy you a piece of cake. It could have been just walking up and down the aisles of Macy's. It could have been taking a trip. It could have been just sitting in the middle of the bed, eating out of the ice cream carton. Whatever makes you happy, whatever makes you smile. It could have been binge watching your favorite TV show or watching Hallmark Channel back to back to back. Whatever makes you smile. When was the last time you chose to do that? You made time to do that. You even wanted or thought about doing it. Sometimes we don't even think about ourselves. We don't even think about what it is that we need to do for us. So when was the last time you loved on you? All right, the 5th question is, what last made you laugh until your belly hurt? Smile till your cheeks hurt? Feel excited just at the thought of it? There's been moments where maybe I was with a friend and they said something really funny in our conversation. And later on, it came up in my mind and it just made me laugh hard all over again. Having those type of relationships that can foster thoughts of positivity that will make you laugh even when you're no longer in their presence. Those are the things that help us love on ourselves. When was the last time you watched a movie or heard a comedian that made you just laugh and laugh and laugh? Listen, I've laughed sometimes till I fell off the chair. That's how funny it was to me. So when have you been able to do that in your life? Think back, reflect, remember, and if you haven't, find out. Figure out exactly what it is that would make you laugh so hard that you will potentially fall off your seat. What would make you smile so hard for so long that by the time you finish, you're like, oh my God, my cheeks hurt. I just do, what happened? That is self-love. That is taking care of you. Don't let anybody tell you any different. And then my final thing for today before we leave is I need everyone to figure out what are the things that will cause them to just want to do it more and more and more and more and more and more. Make a list of those places you want to go, those things you want to do, those people even that promote self-love in your life. And if you don't have any, ask for some. Figure out, okay, where are these people in my life? Okay, Lord, who are they? And if you don't have any, Lord, send me friends that foster, encourage, and will help me to love on myself because they understand the value of self-love and they too promote it and do it. And then I want you, the final thing, I not just want you, I need you to get out your calendar, get out your phone, whatever you use to record your appointments and events and all that stuff. We make time for the doctor, we make time for bad news, we make time for everything and everybody else. Now is the time to schedule you. I want you to take one moment, just 10 minutes, and put into your calendar for 2023 and every year thereafter, time for you. You can call it the just for me time. You can call it the learning me time. You can call it the loving on me time, whatever comes to mind for you. But you make a standing appointment with you to take care of you, to put the oxygen mask on you, to give CPR to your mind, your body, your soul, and your spirit. It's time. It's past time. And that is overdue to love on you, take care of you, and know more about you. Because with each changing season and time of our lives, whether we're turning 20, 30, 40, 50, or 60, or even 70 or 80, we are not the person we were 1 year, 5 years, 10 years ago. And we need to learn ourselves over and over again constantly. And through self-love and self-care, that is how you will get to know who you are, where you are at this point in your life. I hope that this has helped you. Have an amazing rest of your day.
Good day, everyone. I'm Dr. Pamela Hall, also known as Dr. Ye, and I am here to talk to you today about sex. Sex. I said sex. Why did I start off whispering that word? Because oftentimes when we think about sex, we usually speak about it in secret. It's usually a taboo. Even though America is a major consumer of all things dealing with sex, when it comes to having a serious conversation about it, we get a little timid. So I'm here to talk today about sex, and not just any kind of sex, the ultimate of sex and the ultimate of orgasm. Did you know that there are 3 types of orgasms? There's the little boy, little girl orgasm, which deals with genital stimulation. Then there's the teenager orgasm that deals with penile penetration. And then there is the adult orgasm, grown folk orgasm, which is tantric, which is energetic, which is orgasm that does not need penetration, that doesn't even need touch in order to occur. Is that even possible? You might be wondering. Yes, it is. Now, let me tell you a little bit about Tantra. Tantra is an energetic healing system that dates back to the 7th century and has its roots in Hinduism and Buddhism. Tantra involves things such as meditation and mantras and even yoga. But I'm here to talk about the energetic form of Tantra, which leads to experiencing bliss. Now, bliss is a state that we were originally created in, naked and not ashamed. No matter which doctrine you prescribe to, everything starts out pretty much the same. They were naked and they weren't ashamed. But somewhere along the line, we became ashamed. Somewhere along the line, we began to kind of pervert, for lack of a better word, sex. And we began to use it as a means of introducing trauma. And by that, I mean rape, molestation, abuse. Now, in full disclosure, you know, they say most great healers became healers because they needed to be healed themselves. Well, I was one of those healers. That was how I got into Chinese medicine. And that Chinese medicine involves acupuncture and Chinese medical herbs. So I tell people, I stab people for a living and they pay me to do it and they feel good afterwards. But what got me into Chinese medicine was actually my studies of Tantra. Believe it or not, they're very similar when dealing with the meridian pathways, which are pathways within our bodies that run alongside of our veins and our corpuscles. And it helps with the smooth flow of chi or energy and blood. Now, I was sexually abused as a child for years by older family members. So that is what got me into this, because it perverted my view of sex. It perverted my view of relationships. And a lot of times when children experience sexual trauma, and in the US, 1 in 4 girls and 1 in 4 boys have experienced some form of sexual trauma by the time they are adults. That's a lot of people. And that's just of those cases that are reported. So you can imagine how high the numbers actually are. And so when you take those traumatized little girls and traumatized little boys and you turn them into adults and expect them to enter into healthy relationships, well, everyone is pretty much starting out at a deficit. When I came into the knowledge of this energetic system, it was at a time I had gone through a messy divorce and was having all kinds of relationship issues. And someone told me about tantric energy healing and how it heals you in a gentle way. Gentle in the sense that you don't have to take your clothes off. There is no sexual penetration. There is no invasive touch. It's just energy healing. And it brings you to a state of bliss, which is how we were actually created to be. So I tell people Tantra isn't so much what you do, but Tantra is about who you are. So in this practice, we bring you back to who you actually are. So what is energy? Energy is defined as the strength and vitality required to sustain physical and mental activity. Spiritual energy, or energetic in this sense, is defined as experiences and phenomena that defy measurement, thus making it distinguishable from the scientific form of energy. This energy system, this healing system, deals with, as I describe it to some people who are pretty heavily religious, because, we've been conditioned to think that anything that we're not familiar with is somehow evil and ungodly and all of these different things. And I can tell you that it is not. In fact, to all of my religious people out there, Tantra is in the Bible. It is located in the Song of Solomon, which is one of the most titillating 16th century soft pornographic writings that you can write. I was surprised that it even made it into the Bible when I first read the Song of Solomon. But once you study and you learn the techniques, then you can read and see where and how it was utilized by King Solomon, who in tantric circles is known as the ultimate tantric. So who is Tantra for? Tantric energy is for everyone, not just those who need to be healed or desire to be healed, but those who want to maintain the health that they already possess. And definitely for all of those who want to enter into relationships, however you define those relationship dynamics to be. How does it work? Is dealing with, as I said before, the meridian pathways that are within the body. There are a system of pathways, 14 actually. And this is how it kind of comes into play with Chinese medicine and acupuncture and acupressure, because you're gently laying hands on specific points on the body to effectuate change at the physical, mental, and emotional and energetic levels. And the cool thing about it is once you get to the higher levels, because there are levels to this, once you get to higher levels, then you learn how to project your energy to your partner to bring them to a full-bodied energetic orgasm without even touching them. They don't have to be in the same room. They don't even have to be in the same state. I personally, and my students tell me, they call me the beast master. They say I create beasts. But I have personally projected tantric energy as far as some of our men who were stationed in the army and bases in South Korea. And they felt the energy flowing through their body. Some people feel like electrical stimulation pulses all over. Some people experience warmth, but what all people experience is healing and bliss. It heals you at the deepest levels, And this is why I enjoy this. I was about to call it medicine, but yes, medicine. I believe, as I've been taught by the founders of my university, my alma mater, that medicine is whatever helps. And as a young African-American woman or child who was the victim of years of sexual abuse, as well as physical abuse and verbal abuse, this has done wonders for me and for my relationships, and just becoming a healing presence for others. And Tantra, I teach my students, it's not about sex. In fact, in my classes, there's no sex allowed. There's no sex allowed, because I understand that people are coming, and yes, they're bringing their curiosity, but they're also bringing their traumas. And it is my goal for you to heal. And as I said, once you heal, bliss is a natural way of being. And sexual bliss, intimacy and bliss is a natural byproduct of healing. Because again, Tantra is not so much what you do. Tantra is a way of life, and it is who you are. I invite you, wherever you are, to delve into it, do your own research. You can reach out to me. I'm Dr. Pamela Hall, also known on social media as Dr. Ye Wong. I'm here to help you, to teach you, to lead you, to guide you back to being the blissful being that you were ultimately created to be. Ashe, ashe, ashe.
welcome in. I am so excited that you're here. But first off, I want you to tell people, who are you and what's your point of expertise? What are you here to empower other people with?
I am Melody R. Smith-Riggins, better known as Coach Melody R., the Forwardologist. And I'm here as a life coach, business Christian coach. Pretty much my thing for people is basically, it's just life, living. And basically the things that I've been through in life has called me. And I know this has been my calling, my purpose since birth. This is what I was called to do. It's just not something that I just stepped into. It's just something I'm very passionate about. And it's what I was called to do. And, you know, my background is basically the things that I've gone through, the things that I've overcome. And I know that I am what I call a life survivor. So my goal is to help others survive the obstacles that they have gone through and the obstacles that they may face.
Oh my God, that is something that I think is most needed for people to move forward in life, right? And so during SuccessFest, like, what is it that you, I would say, want to really focus on, or that pivotal point in your life that really kind of changed things to bring you to today?
Well, that point would be, for so many years, I lived in the shadow of myself. And so many years, I lived the story that everyone else had written for me, never living the story for myself, never coming out of that place of being in that shadow. And so for so long, I was in a mental prison. I was mentally bound for so long. And it was just like the person within was just screaming to be free. And it's as if like all the guards, the people around me, they will walk past me and wouldn't take notice. And one day it just came, you know, in prayer. And I'm like, God, I don't want to be the person that I've been. I want to be the person that you destined for me to be. And I know that the only way that I can be that person, I got to come out of this shell that I'm in, have to come out of this place of being in that mental prison. And God, you got to show me how to come out. And so it was at that point that deliverance began to take place. And when deliverance took place, that's when the boldness and that's when the confidence. And then I was introduced to myself. And then that's when I realized who Melody really is and who she was destined to be. And I began to walk in the purpose that was always destined for me.
Awesome. Awesome. Wow. I want you to really go in a little bit deeper and share with everyone what is the title of your talk, and really kind of like what are the key points that you will be leaving people with or sharing with them.
The title is There's an App for That. And it came to me one day, actually, while sitting at work. And we know that in corporate America, where there's always apps and they're always creating new apps. And the apps are to improve, and it's to simplify the things that we do. And so as I was sitting there and I'm in a meeting and we're discussing these improvements, and it dawned on me that there's an app for you, for your life. And an app is just simply an application. And it's just like, we tend to get stuck in things. And, you know, sometimes we make things much greater than what they are.
Yes,
and so a lot of times we tend to go deeper in a dark place that the light is right there. Only thing we have to do is reach up, turn on the switch, and the light comes on.
Yes.
So for me, there's an app for that. It's that no matter where I'm at, I'm a survivor. And I share with people that I overcame the things that I was abused as a child, fondled by people that, that I thought loved me, cared for me. And it was something that I held on to for so many years. And it was just like, I was just mentally, I was just in prison. And, and it was just like, I couldn't go to my parents because I knew my parents loved me. And it was just like, I was stuck in a place whereas I want to tell, but then, but my heart was like, it was protecting the person or the people. And it didn't make sense. But the older that I got, and when I began to realize who I really am and know that I am an overcomer and know that I'm not a victim no matter what I've been through, and and it all began to come together. There's an app for that.
Yes.
And it's just that no matter what we go through in life, we have to find the beauty in all of it, because there's a lesson to be gained. There's purpose in everything that we go through. And sometimes we think it's about us, but it's not about us, because God already know the way that he constructed us.
Absolutely.
And so I may be strong enough to come out of that, and someone else may not be. So God, I know God chose me to be the voice for those that are voiceless.
Well,
and to be that person, to mend those things. And the one thing, where there's an app for that, one thing comes to mind, and it reminds me that broken crayons still color. That no matter how many pieces the crayons are broken into, it doesn't lose the purpose. It's still able to color, no matter how broken. And so there's an app for that. We don't have to stay in that broken
Coach Melody now. You dropping some bombs on here, right? And listen, so if you all want to hear more about broken crayons, right? That all of these pieces, how they come together, and how there's an app for this. Think about it. We have these phones that we carry around everywhere. Every time we need something, guess what we do now? We click on an app. She's telling y'all there is an app for everything that's going on. So come back, listen in to this keynote. Y'all saw I was engaged with her story, right? So if you want to hear the end of this story, or even the beginnings of even a new way how to look at life, come back and go check out Coach Melody, right? There's an app for that. There's an app for you out there. So we look forward to seeing you. Thank you so much, Coach Melody, for being here.
Thank you.
Yes. All right, you all, check her out.
Hello and welcome. I am Coach Melody R., also known as the Forwardologist, and I am so glad that you decided to join me on today. On today, I'm so glad that you decided to fuel up at this gas station. The gas station called There's an App for That. Yes, there's an app for that. On Moving Forward Boulevard. About myself. I am a certified life, business, and Christian coach. I am an ordained minister. I'm a licensed real estate agent in the state of Florida. I'm a mother, a wife, a teacher, whatever you want me to be, that I can also be. And I'm so glad to announce I'm also an author of The Wisdom of Pain, How to Use Your Suffering to Grow and to Heal. And again, thank you for stopping by. There's an app for that on Moving Forward Boulevard. There's an app for that. So you may ask, what do I mean by that? Let me just share with you just a little bit about how that came about. Many years ago, I remember working for a company, and I was hired in as just a temporary employee. And only thing that I was hired to do was just to process payments, meaning that the people will call in to make their payments online, and the only thing I was to do is just get the information, and that was that. But in the midst of that, people began to ask more questions in reference to other departments, other lines of business within the company. And I want to share where just there's an app for that comes in. So in the midst of all of that, I'm one of those people that are never satisfied just being where I am. So I had to come up with a strategy. How can I be more of a service? Not just what I was hired to do, but what more could I do? So therefore, I began to gather up all the material for every department within the company. Yes, gather up all the training manuals and everything. And I began to take them home, and I began to study, and I began to research, and I began to equip myself to be able to answer questions if someone called in. No, it wasn't my job. It was far beyond that. I desired to know more. I desired to put myself in a better position. So with all of that information, so when the people began to call in and they wanted to know about this and they wanted to know about that, and so it was in the mortgage industry and they wanted to know about escrow accounts, they wanted to know about hazard insurance, and they wanted to know about all these different things that are covered within a mortgage. And so as I began to study and equip myself, I began to answer the questions. I began to set myself up. There's an app for that. And what there's an app for that, it simply means there's an application for it. There's an application for anything that we want to do in life, for any situation. It does not matter what the situation is. There is an app for that. So as I equip myself with more and more, and the people begin to call in, I can answer every question that they had. And this is the mind concept that I began to form. Just like Walmart is a one-stop shop, Melody was going to be a one-stop shop. I had to create what I desired. So with that, you know, one of my favorite, most valuable thing that I practice consistently, what I've learned is if they don't invite you to the table, you create a table. So what I was doing was I was creating Melody to be more marketable. I was creating myself to put me in a position whereas I had choices. And what do you mean by choices? See, when there's an app for that, that means that you're in control. I can take the power that's in me along with my faith, and then I can begin to create. So I'm going to create a greater version of myself by applying the tools that I used and the knowledge that I gained in order to make a better version. And there's an app to that. So as I began to do that, higher up, the executive team began to take notice. And then I began to dig a little more into it. And I learned some things that nobody in the company even knew about. There were some laws that we had not been practicing as a company. And so as I began to dig into that, I came in as a temporary associate just to process these payments. Then I began to move up the ladder. See, I didn't wait for them to train me or to teach me. I began to dig in for myself to make myself more marketable. See, when you discover the app, of you, you're more marketable. You're in control. You can make the rules for which you are to play by. And that is a practice that I do consistently. No matter where I go, no matter what the terms are, I'm going to always create an app for that. And you say, yeah, but that's not my story. That's not what I need an app for. But then I began to think about it. When they started creating, we have Netflix, we have HBO Max, we have Hulu, we have all of these different apps for anything that you need. Apps are just to simplify a process to get you quicker access to something. So I began to think down the road, if I can take the money to invest in Netflix, HBO Max, and all these other services, would I not take the time to create an app that's just for Melody to make me more marketable, more resourceful, and to make me more attractive to those that may those that may need me? There's an app for that. And so, and I want you to understand, and that's on the business side of things. So let's just channel it just a little bit to there's an app for that over on the life side. So I'm this little girl that grew up. I had many, many challenges. The woman that you see standing before you today is not always who I've always been. I was that quiet, shy, timid little girl that was scared of her voice, scared of her own shadow. And why? Because of the things that I endured as a child. And this is the one thing, and understand when there's an app for that, because I could have simply looked at myself and said, well, I'm just this bruised, this damaged little girl that just suffered. Woe is me. And you know, people just don't understand the things that I've been through. But then I had to create an app even for that. And I oftentimes say, although I was victimized, I was never a victim. Whoa, wait, what do I mean? I was victimized, but never a victim? It's the way you see yourself. And I had to come to the conclusion and I had to realize that it's the way that I receive it in my mind. I can stay a victim or see myself as a victim, or I can be an overcomer and see the beauty and the pain that I had to go through. Because there was purpose behind even that. And I realized that there's an app for that. There's an app for everything that we go through. Everything. So what I'm saying to you today is that you don't have to be stuck. You can come out of any situation that you're in. Create the app. Just take the power that lies within you, take your faith, put them together to go forward for your destiny. There's purpose in everything that we go through. There's an app for that. We don't have to stay stuck. Now, I greatly thank you for taking the time to join me, and there's an app for that on Moving Forward Boulevard, because you're no longer in the place that you were once in. So, again, this is your girl, Coach Melody R., the Forwardologist. You can always reach me on the website at www.theforwardologist.com. And I invite you to just sign on to the website. Take a look. There's a freebie out there. It's called Self Recipe. It's your recipe for life. And I thank you for joining me. And remember, anytime you get stuck, create the app that's just for you. And remember, there's an app for that.
Clap, clap, and snap, snap. Woo! What an amazing day. You all, was it amazing or what? Listen, I hope that each of you and every one of you took something valuable away from today's event. And I'm feeling so inspired. Are you feeling inspired to continue this journey towards our success? Come on. Today has been about taking the next steps toward achieving our goals. So let's make sure we're putting in the work needed to get there. We can do this together. Thank you for joining us today and being a part of this incredible success journey. Let's make sure to take full advantage of all the opportunities that this event has provided. So I'm going to see you all tomorrow. Same place, not same place, same success place, same success time. Y'all don't get ready to sing. It's a song in there. Don't forget to what? Say it, believe it, do it. Say it with me. Say it, believe it, do it. It's a song in there. All right, good night. Have a great rest of your day. It has been my pleasure to serve as your host today. And I am who? Dr. Stephanie Wohl, the Tower of Power. Make it an amazing day. See you guys. See ya. See ya. Bye.